Commissioner Cardoza.
Here.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Commissioner Kang.
Here.
Commissioner Moss.
Present.
No, you're the vice. No, who's the vice chair now? Stephen Keller is.
Stephen.
I'm sorry. The agenda list is the old list. Commissioner Bowders.
Here.
Commissioner Keller, we are expecting later in the meeting, and Chair Gunkel.
Here.
Did I miss anybody? No. Okay, good.
Thank you. That said, is there any members of the public who'd like to speak to items that are not on the agenda tonight? Okay, then we'll move on to the action item recap.
I move approval. Second.
Is that without exception, I assume? That was Cardoza and...
You pull your mic down, Charlie. No one can hear you.
We'll move on to the director's report.
All right. Well, let me tell you what the City Council has done since your last meeting. They met twice on October 6th and October 20th. On October 6th, the Council heard an informational report on parklets. In response to recommendations from the Parks and Recreation Committee, the Council directed staff to work with the committee to evaluate the financial impact of establishing a parklet program, to generate a draft plan for implementation, and to outline specific geographical areas within the city for parklet installations. On October 20th, the Council took up the residential development rules. They held a public hearing on the proposed new regulations, incentives, and guidelines for multi-unit residential developments to address unit mix, family-friendly design, affordability, ownership housing, and the bonus system. As you know, these issues were recommended for approval by the Commission at your last meeting. The Council unanimously approved a resolution amending the general plan to lower the base levels for floor area ratio, building height, and residential density. A resolution increasing the affordable housing impact fee to $28,000 per unit, and the first reading of an ordinance to amend the planning regulations. In passing the first reading of the ordinance, the Council made a number of modifications, which included: the flexible community benefit was modified to add a provision that it would be based on 10 points for every 1% of project construction valuation, similar to the other community benefit categories, and that universal design, which used to be its own separate bonus category, be added as an example of a flexible community benefit. The parking requirements were modified to reduce the parking requirement for multi-unit residential uses to 1 space per unit to match the green trip certification requirements. The unit mix requirement was modified to increase the requirement for 3 or more bedroom units from no fewer than 10% to no fewer than 15%. And the transportation demand management requirement was modified to require that the TDM plan be submitted with the development application for approval by the Commission or City Council in conjunction with approval of the development. The way it was previously drafted, it would have been a condition of approval, and it would have had to have been prepared post-project approval for staff level approval before certificate of occupancy. So it's now been moved up so that it will be submitted as part of the project application and approved by the Commission or Council as part of the project approval. The ordinance will come back to the Council for a second reading at their next meeting on November 3rd. And the general plan amendment will take effect November 19th. The planning regulation amendment, assuming it passes on November 3rd, will take effect on December 3rd. And the affordable housing impact fee increase will take effect on December 19th. In other matters, the Council approved the Public Arts Committee's recommendation of the sculpture entitled Dancing Hands by Emeryville artist Jeff Margolin as this year's purchase award. It will be mounted in the foyer at the top of the stairs outside the council chambers, right here, right outside these doors. And a reception will be held before your next meeting which is on Thursday, December 10th. The council also reviewed the design of the South Bayfront pedestrian and bicycle bridge, and they approved a contract amendment with Biggs Cardoza to update the design documents prior to advertising for bids. And in other news, I just want to remind the Commission that there is no meeting in November. In order to avoid conflicts with the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, the November and December meetings are combined into a single meeting on the second Thursday of December, so your next meeting will be on Thursday, December 10th. And that is a good segue to the next item, which is the approval of the Planning Commission schedule for 2016, which I will go to now unless you have any questions on any of the items I've just reported on.
I was just wondering whether there was any discussion about the suggestion of updating the Nexus study.
They did hear the suggestion. I did report both of the motions that you passed to them in my staff presentation. They didn't indicate that they wanted to take that up at this point. So I don't know. Actually, they didn't really act on either of those motions. So I will probably remind them of it at the next council meeting.
Have funds been released for the bike bridge?
Yes, I believe so.
What was the question about?
Have funds been released for the bike bridge? $16 million. Yes.
What was the multifamily parking requirement before they changed it to one?
It currently is, one space per unit for one-bedroom and studio units, and 1.5 spaces per unit for two-bedroom and larger units. So in a project that has a mix of unit sizes, that would average out typically to about 1.25 spaces per unit. They just simply dropped the 1.5 spaces for two-bedroom and larger and just made it one space per unit across the board for all units. And that's because the desire of the TDM plan was to try to emulate the green trip certification standards as closely as possible. And one of the requirements for green trip certification is no more than one space per unit. It was suggested that we, as a part of the TDM plan, we require the applicants to apply for a parking reduction to one space per unit, which if you're going to require all residential developments to apply for a parking reduction, it seems more logical to simply reduce the parking requirement. So that's what I suggested, and that's what they did.
Is there a car share anywhere in Emeryville?
Oh, yes. Car share pods?
Yeah.
Yes, there are. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head where they are, but I know, in fact, some of our, I bet Sarah could. Sarah's a member of City Car Share. I know that in some of the recently approved projects, there's been a requirement for a car share pod. Is there one at 3800 San Pablo? Well, there are, some of our recent projects have had a requirement for that as well.
So that's a minimum parking requirement, right? The one per.
No, that would become the estimated demand. And as you may recall, well, there's another change that I didn't really mention, and that is that currently the minimum parking requirement for non-residential uses is 1/3 less than the estimated demand, and the maximum is 10% more. Currently, for residential uses, there's no reduction for the minimum. The minimum is the same as the estimated demand, and the maximum is 10% more. They also changed that to make the minimum 1/3 less than the estimated demand for all uses, including residential. Okay. So now, except in the Transit Hub Overlay Zone, where everything is cut in half, the minimum requirement for residential will be 2/3 of a space per unit, and the maximum would be 1.1 spaces per unit.
Great. And then I couldn't really remember when you were going through the council's action, sort of what were the components of our recommendation that we changed, but I was wondering, so did they discuss any of those or take up any of those suggestions?
They did. They pretty much agreed or adopted all of your recommended changes. They left the studios at 10%. They included the FHA requirements instead of those very specific requirements for the CC&Rs. I'm trying to remember what the other things were that you
50 points for small business.
Yes, they left that. There was one other. What was it? I don't remember, whatever it was, they
The percentage,
of what?
12% affordable units?
Yes, yes. That was actually sort of a, what option do you want? But there was one other thing that you all modified.
Green trip?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
That was it, having a TDM plan in lieu of the green trip requirement. Yeah.
Okay.
That was it. So they accepted all of your modifications.
Great, thanks.
Made a few more. Yes, any other questions on any of the items I've just reported on?
So we have the next year's Planning Commission
Yes.
meeting schedule ahead of.
That was apparently inadvertently left out of the packet that was mailed to you, so you have it on the dais in front of you. It was in the electronic packet that's posted online. So, as we do every year in October, we are presenting you with the chart of Planning Commission meeting dates and associated events and deadlines for 2016. The meetings are, as always, on the fourth Thursday of every month, except in November and December, when they're combined into a single meeting on the second Thursday of December to avoid conflicts with the holidays. In preparing the schedule, we've taken into consideration city holidays and major religious observances, including Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh, and Tao. With the exception of December 8th, which falls on the Buddhist holiday of Bodhi Day, hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, none of the proposed Planning Commission meeting dates conflicts with any city holidays or major religious observances. And where other event dates conflict with city holidays, they've been adjusted accordingly, which is noted on the schedule. So we recommend that you adopt this proposed schedule for 2016.
Move to approve the calendar.
Second.
Is that without exception?
Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So then we'll move on to our first public hearing, the Marketplace Tentative Map.
Disclosure of conflicts of
Oh,
interest.
sorry about that. Skipping right ahead. Disclosures of conflicts of interest or ex parte communications. Anyone?
None? Dangerous up here.
Good evening, Chair Gunkel, Commissioners.
Sorry, before you begin, none of the monitors are on?
They're not on?
No, do we need to?
Let's see.
Bottom one.
Bottom button. But we got it.
Oh, we got it.
We got it.
They're on.
We pushed them on.
Turn them
We
on.
figured out pushing the buttons ourselves.
All right. You all good now? Okay.
All right. Okay, so let's begin with our first public hearing. The permits in front of you today are two. One is a major subdivision, which will reconfigure 4 existing parcels to create 8 new parcels, realign Shellmount Street, and create 62nd Street, 63rd Street, and Market Drive. The second permit is a tree removal permit to remove 19 street trees. So if you recall, over this past few months, you have approved FTPs for several of these pieces. That is the theater residential, Parcel D, Parcel A, which is also residential with ground floor retail. You have Parcel C, which is a grocery store with residential, and you have approved Park FTP. What you have not approved but have seen in a study session is the garage for Parcel B. And we also have a Parcel F, which you have, which is a little corner, which has not come in front of you. But essentially, you have approved 3 major chunks of this. So what this subdivision is doing is essentially creating new parcels so that the parcels can be sold to different entities if need be. So what is happening is that this is the existing parcel map. This is what is on the ground on the property lines today. And what the subdivision is going to do is create 8 new parcels, which are pretty much in the configuration that you saw in the FTP. So when you overlay these existing property lines, this kind of tells you where the existing property lines are. And then you overlay with the proposed, so this kind of shows you where the different buildings are going to be. So that is essentially what is happening in terms of the subdivision. In addition to that, you have a whole packet of plans. So this is the tentative map plans, and these are engineered sheets which essentially show reconfigured property lines. They identify the public right-of-way dedications, including street sections. If you recall, during the various FDP approvals, you did approve as part of the building, you saw certain width of the sidewalks, and those widths are maintained and are consistent with the street sections that are in the packet here. So we've made sure that what you saw in the FDP and approved are consistent with what you are seeing in the engineered sheets in your packet today. In addition to that, you also have utility plans, grading plans, and street stormwater plans. And our Public Works Director, Maurice, will be talking and touching a little bit on each of them. So the tentative map is going to be done in 2 phases. The phase 1 includes parcel C, the grocery store, and the theater site, parcel D, and the park. And in phase 2, the streets will be realigned, and the remaining parcels will be developed for final plans. In terms of actual construction phasing, this is also in your sheet packet. So what basically, in short, what this is saying is that by around October 2017, you will see the grocery store, the theater residential building, and the park come online. And then this will be followed by the garage, and then that will be followed by the parcel A building. And the various dates are in front of you, and the various timelines are in front of you. So I'm going to hand this over now to Maurice, and he will talk about the various street functionalities.
Thank you, Maru. Good evening. I'd like to take this opportunity to explain all the public improvements that are going to be provided to the city as a part of this tentative map final mass process. This map shows the entire site. A big part of this project will be realigning Shellmound Street. Currently, the alignment of Shellmound Street continues straight and over this way, but with the creation of Parcel B, there's going to be a land swap with the city where the city swaps the current property for Shellmound Street in exchange for the new alignment. So Shellmound Street will not only be realigned, but adjusted as far as the number of lanes and so on. Currently we've got center left turn lanes on the street. A lot of that space will be utilized to change the street configuration so that we'll have 2 11-foot driving lanes in each direction, and we're going to have a 6-foot bike lane all the way through Shellmound. It'll start from Shellmound Way and Shellmound Street all the way through the project to 64th Street. We'll have bike lanes. We're proposing that they be painted green. You've probably seen some green bike lanes in other communities. That's what we're shooting for. The project also includes the construction and dedication of new streets within the city. That'll be 63rd Street from Shellmound Street all the way to Christie Avenue. Market Drive from 64th Street to 63rd Street, and also Market Drive from 63rd Street to the proposed new 62nd Street, and then, of course, 62nd Street. This existing portion of this alleyway that's behind the marketplace in this area is going to remain private. It's not part of Market Drive. It'll be a one-way street that travels, I believe, northbound to 62nd Street. Back to the bike lane. So as you know, that we're going to have transit improvements along through here. The bike lane is going to take a kind of a unique alignment for Emeryville anyway. It's been done elsewhere, but I'm going to scroll to the next sheet where you can see it a little bit more clear. The bike lane actually goes behind the existing transit, or the proposed transit stop that's going to be built in front of Parcel A, and there's another one similar to that in front of the Parcel G, which is the existing marketplace parcel. So if I can back up to here, in this general area here, this is where the bike lane actually goes behind onto the sidewalk and then back down onto the street, and similarly in front of Parcel A, which is where the parking lot right now where the pedestrian bridge goes over the railroad. So The street widths are generally from, or the public right-of-way is generally from the back of sidewalk to the back of sidewalk, so there'll be fully public accessible sidewalks in the project. And that's for all the streets. They're all generally asphalt concrete streets, and they would be streets maintained by the city, except for 62nd Street, which will be a plaza design, which will be with concrete pavers, and we're going to require that the applicant maintain 62nd Street because it's a plaza, specially treated, and they'll be agreeing to do so.
But it would still be a public right-of-way?
It'll still be public right-of-way controlled by the city, fully maintained by the applicant.
No curbs.
No curbs. It'll be a curbless street with pavers. So, believe the next sheet here kind of shows a typical cross section. So, of course, there's going to be right-of-way dedicated to the city as part of the creation of the final maps or filing of the final maps. And so all this right-of-way in here will be dedicated to the city on the map. And there's also a strip of right-of-way along parcel A and along the parcel G frontage that gets dedicated to widen the right-of-way so we can accommodate the public right-of-way on the sidewalk. Here again, this diagram kind of shows the alignment of this bicycle path that goes onto the sidewalk area behind the bus stop so that there won't be conflicts for cyclists on the street when buses pull over to pick up passengers. A big part of the development approvals was the stormwater requirements. So for all the FDPs that were approved, there were stormwater requirements to meet the C3 requirements, LID, low impact development requirements for treating all the stormwater on all the various properties. Well, the same rules apply to the city for any new streets that we create. So this diagram shows the blue areas, which will be the public streets. And then see these dark blue areas? Those will be stormwater treatment planter areas. They'll be designed specifically for stormwater treatment. So all the stormwater that land on the street is required to be treated in these planters. And so and the next slide shows the same thing for the portion of Shellmount Street. And I should note that the way these stormwater treatment facilities need to be designed, since the soil conditions on the site are of concern, they're going to be concrete vaults that are in the street that can prevent any of the groundwater from coming up into the stormwater treatment measures. So it's a complicated system, and it's going to be a challenge to build. I should also say that these white areas here, all the other planter areas that are not stormwater will generally be tree wells. And for those trees, we're going to require structural soil so that those trees have much better growing conditions than those existing trees that are on the site that never really have survived very well. I mean, they're there, but they've never really gotten big. They've been in there for over 20 years. So if you look at a lot of the other street trees within the city, they're a lot bigger than those because those really don't have good soil conditions. So as part of the project, we're going to enhance those soil conditions. This is a blow-up of the 62nd Street Plaza. And as we mentioned, it's going to be a curbless street with pavers. And then this band here on either side is generally the ADA detectable warnings all the way through, which would be required to comply with ADA requirements. These are some of the street and plaza materials that are being proposed. So pavers such like this would be on 62nd Street, and these are the detectable warnings I was speaking about. But then there's also other treatments here. We're requiring the street lights to be the standard city street lights. So this is our Lumac standard. There'll be an LED light, and then this is a halophane light which will go into the park, which was already approved by the Planning Commission, and that's also an energy efficient light as well. Here's a elevation view of the plaza looking at the grocery store, the New Seasons Market. Name was finally released. So as part of the project, they need to remove 19 street trees. That includes the large palm trees along the median islands on Shellmount Street. And then, of course, some of the existing street trees along the sidewalk area. They total 19. There's also a lot of other trees on the site, but those are private, and those aren't covered by our urban forestry ordinance, but they are there. We're going to be, with the project, having 45 new street trees installed, and they're going to be, like I said, in much better growing conditions than we have now. They're going to be irrigated with reclaimed water, with a reclaimed water irrigation system. More pictures of the trees. I believe that these are a variety of oak tree, and then the green ones are a Brisbane box. And they've been reviewed by our city arborists, and they recommend that those trees, or they say those trees will do well on the site. And this is the lighting plan that shows lights probably, or space in between the trees. And this is a photometric study of the lighting to show that it should give us sufficient lighting on the street. The red lamps are the Lumac twin head, and then these green ones are the Lumac with the single head. These are, I believe, sconces on the building. So all that lighting was accounted for when they did their photometric study. And with that, that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm here for questions.
So I'll end the presentation with consistency with the findings that the Commission needs to make tonight. One is conformity with the general plan and the planning regulations. The general plan designation is mixed use with residential, MUR, where both residential and retail uses and associated parking are permitted. The zoning for this site is PUD mixed use, which is the PUD, the 2008 PUD approved plan. As indicated in the resolution, the project is consistent with several general plan goals and policies, and I just identified just a couple here. Regarding the vibrant mixed-use centers, there are a couple of policies which are specifically tailored to the Emeryville marketplace, to which this project is consistent. And finally, the PUD, the 2008 PUD, calls for realignment of Shellmount Street and creation of 62nd, 63rd Streets and Market Drives, and this project is consistent with that. In addition, there are certain tentative map findings that need to be made. Again, the first two, consistency with the various plans and the lot width and the area design, we believe that these are consistent. As indicated in the resolution, the other three, 3 to 6, these are illustrated by the approved EIR, which is still consistent, which kind of examined the availability of water, utilities, site suitability, and fish and wildlife, and found that this project will not have an adverse impact on it, as well as the tentative map findings regarding public health and easement. We believe that these findings can be made, and this has been described in detail in your resolution. There is an attachment in front of you. These are it's a revised resolution, but the revision is mainly a couple of typos regarding dates of plans. Other than that, the resolution remains the same. There's also an additional sheet, TM sheet 02, and there's a change regarding a note, which is again minor, and I just wanted to put that to your attention. As I'd mentioned, the EIR that was certified in 2008 is still consistent with the current conditions, and so we are relying on that document, and we find that there have been no substantial changes in circumstances that would render additional analysis. And with that, my presentation is concluded, and we are recommending that you approve the project subject to the conditions of approval as outlined in the staff report, including the modifications in the memo. So if there are questions, either of me or Maurice, we would be happy to answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the staff?
I do have some questions for Maurice. The C3 stormwater requirements don't require that the individual parcel runoff be treated, stormwater runoff be treated on each parcel?
Yeah, so all the stormwater for each parcel will be treated on each parcel. And I can go back to the diagram here. but all the stormwater on the street gets treated on the street. So,
Okay.
so the purple area for parcel C1 treats itself before it goes into the new storm drain system. And the blue areas treat themselves before it goes into the storm drain system.
Okay.
All right?
One more question. Can you had a slide that showed a fair bit of detail on 62nd Street. Can you put that up for a second? Yeah, that was one back. There you go. I just wanted to confirm. So there's on the, I guess, I don't know what direction we're, I guess on the west half of the street on this diagram, there's arrows shown in each direction. I didn't know if those were vehicular directional.
Oh, these arrows.
Arrows, because I thought the street was one way.
No, it's a two-way street.
It is.
It has the ability to be two-way street. The city controls it. And at this point, it's a two-way street. When it goes in, and if we ever wanted to make a one-way street, the city has the control of it, and we could do it.
Doesn't the eastern end of it, though, kind of curving as it meets Shellmound? It seems like it kind of precludes it from being two ways. It seems like that's kind of funneling right-hand traffic.
I think we're going to need, as we really start looking at traffic patterns, I would probably want to prohibit this left turn. I don't know that we want to have that left turn. We need to look at that, I would say. Definitely right turn, southbound right turn in is good. Left turn could hold up traffic. We don't have a left turn pocket, right? So if this move becomes heavy and then you've got a lot of southbound traffic, then you start to get a lot of congestion. So, but we have the ability to look at that and see whether or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just it's a steep right turn, so I didn't. It looked to me like
this
it
right
wasn't.
turn. I mean, I don't think I would advise a truck to make this turn, but I think a vehicle should be able to do it. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that actually answers a fair bit of my question, but I'll ask the second part anyway, which is that how would you envision, so 62nd Street is designed very different than the rest of the streets, and you touched on that in your presentation. I'm curious how you would envision traffic control in a situation where 62nd Street was closed off for a special event, or in the future if it was decided that that street was just going to be closed off in a plaza all the time.
I envision that, of course, if there were an event, there'd probably be barricades on Shellmount Street, and then you might also put barricades near 63rd Street to say local traffic only. So if there's a resident that needed to get in here and park their car, actually their garage's entryway is off of 63rd Street, so you might even be able to close it at 63rd Street, so that if cars come in here, it's not going to be very easy to turn around and go back. Right. So you'd probably need to close it near 63rd Street.
So I think we've all sort of talked about this as a pedestrian plaza, and I guess I'm wondering what prevents it from just being a pedestrian plaza and an emergency vehicle access with some removable bollards or folding bollards.
Well, the city could do that at any time.
If the city thought it was in its best interest to do that, we would be able to think of a way to do that. Of course, if it were a pedestrian area all the time, then it might force 60 or Market Drive in this area to be a one-way street going northbound.
And we've talked about that as well.
And the geometry of all this works out to do that if we chose to do that, right?
So what's to prevent us from just doing that, I guess?
Well, if you did that, the one that goes behind the public market is a private drive, so they could close that at any time they wish to.
But if...
But
I don't think we want to specify any of these kind of operational details in the tentative map, because if you do, and then you decide you want to change it later, that would be inconsistent with the tentative map.
Right.
So I think it's better to leave it to the city's discretion in the future as to how we want to operate this. All the
I
streets.
agree with you, Charlie.
Well, I'm going to say I'm a little confused then, because I've brought this up at every FDP we've approved for this project, and I was told to wait until the tentative map. So I'm bringing it up now at the tentative map, and I want to have the authority to make it a condition of approval on something.
So I I completely agree with you. I have this is one of my only 2 questions for the evening, pretty much on this. But it sounds like we're debating it. We haven't had public comment. So, I mean, you've answered the question he asked. My question was, a car pulling out on this street, looking, there's no left turn there, in my opinion. They're turning right. There's a bus loading area, shopping loading area. So there's going to be trucks to the north of it, and they're going to be pulling out into a bicycle lane. And I just don't see the value of having people trying to turn left off Shellmount and trying to turn right off of this other street. I agree with Sean completely that, to me, it doesn't make sense. And I am concerned as well that I would like to leave the city with the authority to do this and not tie the map up. But we were told that the tentative map was the time to bring it up. So when is...
But the tentative map doesn't preclude that from happening, right? I mean, so that can
whose
always...
decision is it then, is my question?
It's the city council's decision on...
Yeah, if I could jump in, Chair. As Maurice is saying, the city is the one that will be controlling the traffic flow or the traffic patterns there. The decision as to whether or not the street will be a one-way street or a two-way street, whether turns are allowed or not. So I don't think it's appropriate to have it as a condition of approval because it's not a requirement that we're imposing on the applicant. Because we're retaining the ability to control the traffic direction of the street and the use of the street, it's a right that we already have, and we don't need to impose it as a condition on the applicant to require that the street be a one-way street or a two-way street, or whether or not there should or should not be a turn that's allowed on a particular corner. It's already authority that's reserved for the city council.
Thank you.
Considering that we are looking at landscape features, if we feel that there should be accommodations for removable bollards on both ends of this street, or is that something that should be in the tentative map?
Can I make a suggestion? Sure. If it will make the commission feel better about these things, you could, separate from the approval of the tentative map, but in relation to it, you could pass a motion that is a sense of the commission and a recommendation to the city council, similar to the motions that you passed last time on the amendments to the planning regulations, that you believe that whatever, various things should occur with 62nd Street, with bollards, with one-way traffic, two-way traffic, or whatever. Then those things would not become binding conditions on the tentative map, but you would be on record with a motion recommending to the council that when, in the future, when they decide how to operate these streets, this is what you recommend. Okay. Would that work?
Yeah, but if it was the wish of the commission to have a plaza rather than a street, that is something that certainly affects the map and the public improvements, that are associated with the map. And if it's not part of this map approval, I feel like it should be part of some of our review of the project at some point.
Chair, may I suggest that you open the public comment period and allow the public to comment, and then we can come back and under the deliberation section and answer some of your questions.
We have these sort of, it's a gray area questions for the staff, and so are there any other questions for the staff? Yes.
I had one question about the easement that goes from the elevator to the bridge across the tracks out to Shellmount Street.
The one that's approved with the FDP for Parcel A?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that being relocated? It didn't show on the map.
The exact location of that easement doesn't show on the map. On the final map, it'll refer to it, and there'll probably be separate instruments that'll create that easement as they get into the creation of the airspace through that parcel and they design the building.
But the abandonment is existing.
It'll be a separate document that'll deal with that. Yeah. But there's a note on the tentative map, within the tentative map itself, that talks about that allows for that to happen.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Would the applicant like to? Oh, that's right.
I just have one question regarding the street trees. Knowing how bad the soil conditions are and how high the groundwater is there, are silva cells a good option because they address stormwater as well?
Our experience with Silver Self hasn't been that great. The structural soil
Is working better?
is working better, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wondering.
Thank you. Is there anything the applicant would like to add to the staff report?
Good evening, Commissioners. It's great to see you all again. I want to thank Maru and Maurice for a good presentation of what we're trying to achieve here on the site. One thing that I wanted to talk about was the items that Commissioner Moss brought up relative to the 62nd Street. 62nd Street is actually designed to be one way going east, and the reason we have it that way is because condition of our grocery lease is so there's, if you notice, there's a pullout for a drop-off on the south side of the street, and that's important to the grocery store to have that drop-off for people who can't navigate and need to have their groceries brought out and that sort of thing. So we don't envision this as a high traffic area, but it's necessary for the drop off. The other thing that's really important is we want to activate the, if we call it, alley between the brick building and the office tower. And in many cities, in our experience in doing this kind of work over many years, if it's car traffic, even if people don't go into those areas, they see them, they see what's going on, and it tends to make them more active. And if you look at pedestrian-only streets around the country, there aren't that many that actually work. You need that visibility. So those are the two reasons why it's important to us to have that vehicular traffic going to the east. We do plan it on weekends and such when we can have festivals or fairs and such to use bollards to block that off. But we want the flexibility during the weekdays and such that that can be one way going to the east.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'd like to open it up to public comment. Any members of the public like to speak to this item? Nope. Okay, I'd like to move then to commissioner comments. Commissioner Kent?
Chair Gunkel, could you please close the public hearing?
Oh, closing public comment. Thanks.
Public hearing.
Public hearing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kane?
I yield.
I have just a couple remarks. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Steffen, for that's the vision I saw for it when I looked at the map too. I appreciate that. I think that makes me feel better about what will ultimately happen with 62nd Street. The only other comment I have, honestly, if I could ask of the applicant, let me find the best map on here to point out my one request. I would like to add one crosswalk. I know I'm the crosswalk guy now, but on 63rd Street, I don't know, oh, we have a map up. So on 63rd Street at Market Drive, the south, or well, so actually geographically it would be the southwest corner of this intersection has the children's playground on it. And there is a crosswalk, oh, just gonna give me a better map. That's perfect. So you see in the bottom left corner there, just north of the very south. Well, the map is oriented wrong. So the playground that's down there, we all know where the playground is. There is a crosswalk that goes across Market Drive, and there's a stop sign there. As a playground, I would really like to have a crosswalk that goes across 63rd at that corner as well. Children don't follow crossing signals the way that they should, and that being a residential building across the street, I don't think it's likely that any child is going to walk all the way to Christie Avenue or walk all the way to the next crosswalk to go across and then come back to their home. And I noticed in some of the original maps there was a proposed crosswalk there, and it's not on these maps in the tentative map, and so I think it might just be an oversight perhaps in the final map proposal, maybe not. I'd welcome the applicant to respond to that, but I would like to have a crosswalk that goes from the playground across to the Essex building, and I would like a stop sign facing traffic that is going eastbound on 63rd at that intersection, because there will be a high number of children at that corner.
That's the
Just
dog
to
park.
clarify,
Where's the dog park?
Yeah,
well, that's fine. It's still a playground. It's still got kids at it.
the playground is over here.
They're still going to migrate
Dog park is
to their apartments, and so my request still remains the same. I think there should be a crosswalk there.
I would note also that when Commissioner Bowders mentioned this to me, I looked at the plans and I noticed that all of the other crosswalks have curb ramps, and none of the drawings show any curb ramps at this location. So if a crosswalk is put here, we should obviously also have curb ramps.
Yes, thank you. Because when I'm looking at the tentative map, the large supplement we got, when you look at the diagram, page L02, there is a visual crosswalk and curb on L02 at that intersection there, but then it disappears on all subsequent maps. And so that was a concern for me, but I would just like a crosswalk and a stop sign. That's my only comment.
Hi, Aaron Ashley from
Hi, Aaron.
Howerton. I agree, and it's been there in the past. And as we got into the existing conditions of the Emmy building, it really precludes it. So the sidewalk wasn't built wide enough to receive the ramp that you would need for the ADA accessibility of the crossing, and then the other workaround is precluded by entrances to units and flow-through planters on the building side. So we looked at it a bunch of different ways, and we just can't reconcile how to navigate the existing conditions of this building.
So
Is there parking on that side?
No,
No.
it's not even.
that's the
street
narrowest
lighting.
part of the street. I understand. It's the narrowest part
it's
there.
It's the narrowness of the sidewalk combined with the stormwater planters on the building sides, combined with the entrances to the units on the building side, that even if you dropped the entire sidewalk down and back up again, like you've probably seen in some other communities, then it nullifies the stormwater treatment.
So I would propose, so thank you for that. I would propose then that there should be a stop sign. Because you can't put a stop sign there, Public Works is saying no.
He's in charge.
I would say we'd put a stop sign in there if in the future it's warranted, but at this point, I don't see that as a major intersection that you'd want a stop sign and everybody to stop there every time they come through there. But if you had a lot of people crossing there and it became a warranted crossing, then I would say that we could put in a stop sign. We have the ability to do so. It's a street controlled by the city.
My only concern is that we have a large park with a playground in it. All the kids are leaving the market, they're leaving the playground, they're going north, their buildings are north, we're building these great places for them. I'm very happy with this proposal. There's no direct access, and children do not go to crosswalks. They cross at the street wherever it's closest to them. So I appreciate the workaround needs, but like there's no stop sign. It's not a high trafficked area maybe, but all right, I'll think about it.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question just to follow up with Commissioner Bowder's questions? What is the envisioned speed limit around that area?
Typically in an area like this, it would be 25 miles an hour.
I have a question actually on the same subject. What about a speed table, which would avoid the need for a curb ramp? It'd slow everybody down and have a level pass.
A raised crosswalk.
Yeah.
Another way to look at it.
Well,
Yeah, that's possible.
my only question to that would be, is that something that the fire department is okay with?
A raised crosswalk could be designed so that the
Okay.
fire department would.
Sure it is.
As long as don't interfere with the stormwater treatment, we're fine with that.
Yeah.
You can put a grate at the edge.
Yeah, as long as it.
I think we can do that. The fire department's been fine with speed tables. We had them in earlier, but AC Transit ultimately took them out. So I think we could put it back here because there's no bus traffic.
There's no
AC
bus on
Transit
this.
doesn't go through there then, huh?
No, thankfully, no. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
And with that, again, if the stop sign's warranted, we can always add it. Okay.
I just don't want it to be warranted after we have an accident with a child. That's my only concern.
Of course.
I don't have a comment particular, well, my comment is addressing how we look at things going forward from here. This tentative map, the PUD was approved almost, getting close to 9 years ago now. So the land uses and the distribution of uses was already set. And what we have here now is we have over, between 400 and 500 units being built, which are now being required or being intended to be family-friendly. So we're ending up with probably 700, 800, 900 new residents, and our general plan does say that we are trying to keep a standard of 3 acres of park per 1,000 new residents. Here we're getting an additional ½ acre of park in addition to the park that's already there. And while I think that the plan is a good plan, that the buildings have good outdoor space in them, I think we really need to focus going forward on being consistent with what we've said in our general plan, especially if we're trying to attract and retain families in our town. So that's my comment, but it's not, I'm not suggesting that something needs to happen right there.
It's fine with me, I think, particularly with that raised crosswalk. We've dealt with all the problems.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that suggestion of traffic improvements near the park. I still do. I really appreciate the applicant's comments regarding 62nd Street. I still do have some concerns. I mean, I definitely kind of struggle with, I mean, I see the argument. I think in some places, definitely, the activity of car traffic does spur other activity in a public space. In other places, it doesn't, it doesn't always work like that. So, I kind of struggle with allowing a small degree of car traffic on 62nd Street or not. But I do think the justification of having it so that the grocery store can have a drop-off space is not, in my mind, is not very convincing. I mean, that's sort of the epitome of planning for cars first. I mean, it seems like we're then creating a street just for a car drop-off or pickup or loading or whatever, which just seems unnecessary. It's always seemed like a redundant street to me. I've always really hoped that it would be a full-time plaza. So I still have that concern, and I guess I just want to make sure that, well, one, I want to make sure that the street that closing off the street in the future is not precluded by that loading area for the grocery store. I don't want them to get too cozy with it, so that it becomes problematic in the future to block that street off. And then, in addition, I really want to make sure that Market Drive is designed then in a flexible way that allows it to adapt to other conditions, such as 62nd Street being closed off. But other than that, the map looks fine. It's a tentative map. It's so exciting.
Yeah, so I don't know. It sounds like we came out of this with one amendment that we'd like to make, and then you offered the possibility of a separate proposal or a separate commission statement that would potentially guide council decision in the future regarding the use of 62nd Street?
Yeah, I would suggest that perhaps after you take action on the resolution that's before you, that you then entertain a separate motion that's just a sense of the council as to what you recommend to a sense of the commission as to what you recommend to the city council in terms of future operations of 62nd Street.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Is it necessary for us to do that? I mean, I'm totally satisfied with what the applicant has said. Do we?
No, you don't have to do that.
Because he'll work with the city in the absence of us doing that, and I think his vision for what it supposed to look like is correct. So,
fine. I was just suggesting that as a way to go on record as saying some of the things you want that we've told you we don't think are appropriate to put into the tentative map. But if you're happy the way it is, then you don't have to do that.
I make a motion to approve the map as proposed with the addition of a raised crosswalk at the western intersection of Marketplace and 63rd.
Second.
You ready to vote? Mm-hmm. Okay. Commissioner Bowders?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Kang?
Aye.
Commissioner Moss?
No.
Vice Chair Keller is recused. Chair Gunkel?
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 no. The tentative map is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
So Commissioner Moss, do you feel like you'd like to? I mean, I'm open to having a separate motion.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't feel we were going that way, so.
You want to try to sculpt it?
Sure, then I guess I would move that we recommend to the City Council that that 62nd Street becomes closed to vehicular traffic and and Market Drive designed accordingly.
Closed completely? Is that a question, clarifying question?
Yeah, that's.
I mean,
Yeah,
it has.
that's my motion.
It has to accommodate emergency vehicles. but
Well,
that's-
yeah, right, emergency
except
vehicles,
for
but yeah.
accommodation. I second that.
Ready to vote on that? Okay, the motion is to recommend to the City Council that 62nd Street become closed to vehicular traffic other than emergency vehicles and that Market Drive be designed accordingly. Commissioner Bowders?
No.
Commissioner Cardoza?
No.
Commissioner Donaldson?
No.
Commissioner Kang?
Nope.
Commissioner Moss?
Aye.
Vice Chair Keller is recused, and Chair Gunkel.
Aye.
2 ayes, 4 noes, the motion fails.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to the next public hearing, the Sutter Health sign. Oh, yeah. Start the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. This evening I'll be presenting the Sutter Health high-rise signs proposal for 2000 Powell Street for 2 new high-rise signs. Here's the location of the building. It's just north of Powell Street on the peninsula. The proposal is for 2 new matching high-rise signs, the south-facing sign being just under 210 square feet and the east-facing sign being approximately 425 square feet. Both signs are proposed to use illuminated using dimmable LED lights with 2 non-illuminated colors of white and teal, and then 2 illuminated colors of white and a softer teal color. A major sign permit is needed for this because there is a master sign program for the towers, and the proposal is not consistent with the master sign program in the following ways. The proposed signs are larger in size. They have 2 colors, whereas the master sign program only permits white for illumination. And there's also inclusion of a logo, whereas the master sign program only permits letters. So this turned out a little bit smaller than I thought it would, but the yellow orangey background there is the area that's permitted under the master sign program, and then the proposed sign area is layered on top of that. This top image is for the south-facing sign, and this lower image is for the east-facing sign. And here are the sign colors enlarged. If you look up in the right-hand corner here, there's a perforated teal-green film. There's also a white acrylic. The sides of it are made of aluminum, and there's a translucent white acrylic as well. And here's the sign illumination. The sign face is white and teal, as we discussed. Against the wall, the back of the sign is where the white LEDs are located. And then behind the wall on the interior of the building is where the dimmer switch and power sources are. So the south-facing sign that's proposed on the left side is during the day, and at right is illumination at night. For a comparison, anything with a red asterisk in this chart is where it varies from the master sign program. So the horizontal measurement of the south-facing sign is longer. The total square footage is greater. The illuminated color is 2 colors instead of 1, and a logo is included in the sign. And here is a comparison of the master sign program showing an example of the name of a sign that would be compliant with the master sign program, and then on the right side is the proposed sign in comparison to that. For the east-facing sign, the proposed sign during the daytime is on the left and nighttime illumination on the right. And here are the variants between the proposed east sign compared to the master sign program, pardon me. So the vertical measurement is taller, the horizontal measurement is longer, and the total area is of course larger than. And just as the other sign, the white and soft teal are 2 colors opposed to white only, and there's a logo included in the sign.
Can you go back one slide?
Yes.
I think it's just a typo, but the total area under the master sign program for the east sign should be 324.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. So for comparison here, on the left we have what's shown in the master sign program. It's kind of hard to see on the slide, but this is the proposed tenant area, and here is the proposal for this major sign permit tonight. So the project location, as we talked about, this is showing the best view angles here for the south sign facing south, and for the east sign, there's it's blocked by 2100 Powell here, but it can be seen from the south of that building and the east of that building to the freeway. The white line here indicates the maximum distance that the text on the sign is readable, which goes just beyond the freeway around Powell and just to the freeway north and south of that. This shows the sign distance as well. In the conditions of approval, what's come up in the past is a dimmer switch, which is required in the master sign program. It's also required in the conditions of approval that the sign be dimmed to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Development, is how it's phrased right now. So the findings for this have been made that the proposed signs are necessary because of the nature of the establishment. The signs are no larger than necessary, that they comply with the planning regulations, that the size, materials, and colors keep with the visual character and building features, that the signs are readable, and that the signs relate well to the design of the building. For the general design review findings, just very quickly, these are consistent with adopted sign regulations. They do conform with the Emeryville design guidelines, and the signs are of a high quality that are compatible with and not adversely affect the surrounding area. So staff recommends approval based on that, and please let me know if you have any questions. The applicant is also here for any questions that you might have.
Chair Gunkel?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'd just like to clarify one thing about this. I know there's been a lot of focus and discussion on the master sign program. If this sign did comply with the master sign program, it wouldn't be before you, because staff would be able to approve it administratively under the master sign program. The reason it's before you is that it doesn't comply with the master sign program. That doesn't mean it's not allowed. That just means that it has to be processed under the normal sign regulations that are in the planning regulations, without reference to the master sign program. So, and we believe that it does comply with the general sign requirements in the planning regulations. So that's why we're recommending approval. And you really shouldn't pay too much consideration to the master sign program, because that's really not relevant here.
Why? I guess I don't understand, right? If it complied with the master sign program, it wouldn't be before us.
Correct.
So doesn't that make the sign program relevant? I mean,
it's relevant in that that's why it's before you. But in terms of your consideration as to whether to approve it or not, you should not look to the master sign program for standards to determine whether to approve it or not, because it's not before you under the master sign program. It's before you under the regular planning regulations.
Right. Okay. But it's kind of a relevant. It's relevant to look at how much it is in deviation from the master sign program.
How much more bigger it is than it would have been if we would just have been able to approve it at staff level without you ever knowing about it. Yes, that's true.
But one point I'd like to just make as a clarification is a lighted sign, is permitted by both regulations and the master sign program. So we could not just uniformly say they don't get a sign at all.
Well, you can deny the application if you can't make the findings.
Right, but they, by right, have a right to some sort of lighted sign on that building.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Yep.
Well, I wouldn't say by right.
But
it's a discretionary approval.
Well, what does the master sign program allow? Does it not allow for a lighted sign?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's approvable. And our regulations allow for a lighted sign.
They allow for it, not by right, but with a discretionary approval.
Well, if they follow the guidelines of the master sign approval.
But they didn't. That's the point.
But if
the
decided
master sign program was also approved by the Planning Commission.
Right.
Previously.
So if they decided that they just wanted to have a sign that if we denied this, they could still put up some sort of lighted sign according to the master sign program.
Yes, they could.
That's what I'm trying to clarify, is that they have the right to put up a lighted sign.
Right. With a discretionary approval.
Which is the planning director's approval if it conforms with the master sign program.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct.
Yes.
So under the master sign program, it could only be illuminated in white. And this proposal is for white and a soft teal. So that's the difference in illumination.
And while you're up there, go ahead.
I have questions for the applicant.
I have questions for Sarah.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I just want to go back. There's some discrepancy. So if you could go back to the slide on page 9.
Yeah. Slide on page 9. How about you just tell me when to stop? Oh, there we go. There's the numbers.
Okay, so what you're saying is this is a illustration of their sign. The lower sign lit up at night, is that in teal or is that in white?
It's illuminated with white LEDs.
Right.
And
because what I'd like to do is go back to page 13, because it's more, this looks white to me, where this one looks more teal.
this is during the day.
Right.
This is not illuminated.
Okay, so at night the letters will look white?
They'll look softer. It'll be a softer teal. Unfortunately, on this screen, it's not coming across very well. Mm-hmm. If we look here, this might be a better example. This is a darker teal.
Right, I'm more concerned at night. Mm-hmm. So the one on the other
right,
one.
and this is
so those letters definitely look teal to me. So is
it back? It looks like there's a backlighting of white behind the green letters.
Teal letters, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's correct. That's the proper illustration.
Well, I think going back to wrong direction. Going back to this, here are the LED lights that are behind the letters that are illuminated in white, right? And then you have a perforated film here.
It's green?
Right. I think you might want to ask the applicant for the specifics about how the sign is designed, but it's a perforation so that during the day it's a darker, firmer green or teal, and then at night it comes across as a softer teal color.
With a white background, though.
No.
That's illuminating the wall behind it.
No, it's not illuminating the wall behind it. It's
think- yeah.
inside of the letters.
I think that image made it look like it was a combination silhouette.
The rendering made it look as if
It's almost like a halo glow behind the
Yeah.
green letters. If you go back to 14,
it is.
yeah. See?
Oh, yeah, it does look
Sorry,
a
I
little
keep
bit.
heading the wrong direction.
It's
I
also
apologize.
daytime in that photo with it's just dimmed a little bit.
The night
14.
one.
No, I mean in the night photo, it's the same one as the day photo.
Yeah, see, I think we need that clarified from you. Is the letters themselves teal, and is it halo lit from behind on white?
I'm the sign consultant. I can answer your questions for you. Basically what it is it's like a pan. So the pan has inside of it the LEDs, and on the surface of the pan is a piece of white acrylic, translucent white acrylic. On top of the areas that we want to appear teal in the daytime, we silk screen the colored teal onto this material. So you can see it's got holes in it. That allows the light to pass through. But during the day, this from a distance, it's nice and solid, looks like a nice solid teal. But at night when it illuminates, the light passes by the color. So the color gets very washed out. So it becomes a very soft teal, like the example that we had glowing, the actual photograph of the actual one that's done. So it doesn't remain that dark color at night, and it does not have a halo treatment. That's Photoshop.
So it's surrounded by a metal frame.
It's surrounded by a metal pan so that you can hold all the pieces together.
Do you have anything to add to the staff report?
Not me personally,
Okay.
but I'm just,
All right.
if you want to see what the material looks like, I can leave it up there for you.
Then are there questions for staff or the applicant?
Questions to the applicant?
I have another question for staff. So I'm just trying to understand, I want to make sure I understand. So your staff report says that for the east-facing sign, what's proposed is 425 square feet. What the master sign program allows is 324 square feet.
Correct.
And if I understood from your presentation, the yellow rectangle represented what was allowed by the master sign program, is that right?
Hopefully I'm going the right direction this time. There we go.
There you go. So the difference between that yellow triangle and that pink box doesn't look like 100.
I'm sorry, the yellow triangle and pink box.
So it doesn't show. It's on our drawings. It's pink, but the box around the sign is.
Have a yellow color.
On sheet C. And you're referring to a pink triangle.
So no, there's a pink box around the sign.
Oh, yes, okay,
Right.
I'm with you.
Yeah, so that's the 425 square feet.
Yes, and so what he's referring to for everybody else who is not looking at the hard copy is there's a pink line that you can kind of see around the edge of these right here. So, I'm sorry, carry on.
So the difference between that box and the yellow shading on that lower east-facing sign doesn't appear to be 100 square feet.
So what's going on here is that how our sign regulations are written is how you determine sign area is the closest box that encompasses all features of the sign. So because the logo sticks out higher than the letters, the sign area, there's like a gap between the top of the S and the top of the logo. There's a gap between the letters and the bottom of the logo. So that significantly increases how we measure the total sign area. Whereas it's, if it were different regulations, perhaps it would be measured tight around the letters and then tight around the logo itself, and that would give you a very different sign measurement. It would be greatly reduced. Does that clarify the discrepancy?
I guess I thought the yellow shading was supposed to represent 324 square feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the sign's about 54 feet long, right? And there's a difference on both the top and the bottom of that sign.
It appears that you didn't do the same comparison on each of the two signs. Like you did the first one showing what the sign would have been at the maximum size with the box, and the second one, the box is just reflective of the entire sign and not actually the proportion that it would have been under the the master sign plan.
Well,
that's what I thought it was an error.
Yeah, maybe, but yes, I think Sarah's right. It might actually be correct. It's just deceiving.
Yeah, it goes
because
to the symbol.
yeah, because the sign is 54 feet long, so you'd only have to have
10 inches.
a foot or less on the top and the bottom.
Well, no, that's because of the symbol, which is bigger than the letters.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So just to clarify, I did not make this design, so I can't vouch for having made it personally, but I'm looking at it very closely as we're discussing this, and I can see that there is a gap between the bottom of the yellow on the east side and the bottom of the H. It's very small, but there is a little bit of a gap, so I believe this was rendered correctly.
Well, do you then push it up where the symbol isn't? Is that the difference?
Well, I mean, you could go like this however you want. It would still
be a square at one. It'd drop down after it passes a symbol.
Not the way that they measure the signs.
I'm not quite following you. I apologize.
Well, the space between the letters on the top and bottom
Yes.
is generated by the symbol, which goes to the stream.
So I think we're talking about two different things. One is the space between the yellow area, which represents the master sign program, and the top and bottom of the letters, which is very small, but exists at the bottom of the east sign. And then the area of how the sign is measured, which is represented by that pink line. So, which is even larger, yes, of course, than letters. Did that help clarify that? Or not so much?
I also thought that we'd established a policy that no signs would be facing east and west. They'd only be facing north and south, because that became a major issue with the trouble we got into on the art.com sign, which we had approved, and there was a firestorm that came up after that.
Sure.
And somehow I thought the policy was that there were not to be any east-facing signs anymore. Am I incorrect?
Well, the art.com signs face north and south.
Right. And then we had another one after that, didn't we? Or
I believe there was some discussion at either the last one or the one before that about that, but it's not in the master sign program, and it's not in the planning regulations. It perhaps is a unwritten policy of the commission, maybe, but there's no formal adoption of it that I'm aware of.
And this location is consistent with the master sign program, actually. So this is exactly where the master sign program says that the signs should be. And as Charlie said, as far as, there's nothing in the sign regulations that dictate the directions.
Master sign says it has to be on one side or the other?
What?
Master sign doesn't designate then which side of the building the sign should be.
It does.
It designates locations for the signs.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly where the master sign program, this is consistent.
So if it moved around the corner to the north facing, that would be against the rules and regulations?
No, it would not be consistent with the master sign program, but it certainly would not be against the sign regulations. So as we're not approving this under the master sign program, that would be something that could be considered.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for staff?
I actually have, if Sarah, you could stay out here for a second, but I would like to ask Commissioner Cardoza if you could illuminate those of us who are not on the commission when, in your words, the firestorm broke out about a proposed sign facing east. Can you talk about some of the concerns that were addressed there so we can maybe talk about
Let's
those
talk
issues?
about it when we get to the discussion.
Sure thing. Then I have a very technical question. So, for Sarah, the presentation tonight says for the south-facing sign is 209 square feet, but in the staff report on page 2 it says 233 square feet. Is that, which one are we looking at here?
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. So that's an error. The sign area for the south-facing sign was reduced from its original proposal, and my apologies, that should have been corrected. I think.
So the correct number is 209?
Yes, that is correct. What's shown in the plans is
great.
209.16. That is correct. And my apologies, what's in the staff report is the previous version of the sign, which was larger. They shrunk the size of the sign.
I believe that's because the planning regulations say that a high-rise identification sign, which is what these are, cannot exceed 1% of the total facade area of the building, and this did before, so they made it smaller.
Right, if you look in the upper left-hand corner of this sheet, so for those of you looking at the screen here, it has the measurements of the building height, the building widths, and the percentage of the facade. So the sign regulations say that, as Charlie said, that you can't exceed 1% of building face, and these ones are at 0.99 and 0.89, respectively.
So both of these exceed then?
No, both of these are compliant.
Under.
Oh.
Yeah, they're under. They cannot be more than 1%, so they're both under.
Oh.
One side of the building is bigger than the other side, so the sign is allowed to be bigger on that side.
Correct.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. I'd like to open up to...
I have questions for the applicant.
Okay, or the applicant.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi. What's your name?
My name is Cynthia Lee. I am the Chief Strategy Officer for Sutter Health in the Bay Area.
Hi, Cynthia.
Hi there.
My questions are pretty simple. My first question is, your tenancy in this building, you're not providing direct medical services in the building. So it's a professional office building for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And the company has been around for almost 100 years?
Yes, our affiliate. So Sutter Health is a company that has affiliate hospitals that have been longstanding in our community for many years. So Alta Bates Medical Center, Summit Medical Center, which were originally started about 100 years ago, are part of our system. So yes.
Yeah, you were originated in Sacramento, I read. My only other question is, well, I have two more questions. What are the business hours for people in the office building?
Typically 8 to 5.
Okay, and the logo that you have, how long have you had the logo?
Help me here.
Stacey Wells with Sutter Health. We've had this particular logo with the cross and the teal just for about 2 years. Before that, it was very similar. It was a different color.
It was like Pepto-Bismol pink.
It was called Dusty Rose.
Dusty Rose. And how long did you have the cross in Dusty Rose?
Oh, way before I was born.
A long time. So we've had the cross, but we changed the colors.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my only questions. Thank you.
If you could just stay for a second here, do you have other places in the Bay Area that you have signs? Do all your signs contain both Sutter Health and the logo?
Yes, so I can point you to our new hospital tower at the Alta Bates Summit campus off of the 580 freeway right here in Oakland. And the sign is the logo, which is the plus cross sign, Sutter Health. And then it actually says Alta Bates Summit Medical Center, but it is that exact configuration.
So wherever you have a large sign on the side of a building, there is the logo always precedes it, is always there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else?
Any other questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'd like to open it up to public hearing. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak to this item?
Ruth Major, Watergate resident. I've lived in Emeryville since 1984. And I'm wondering why we're trying to look like Las Vegas. These signs are everywhere, and it's really awfully bright. It's in an area where we have a crescent and wildlife and birds. Bird sanctuary, those are affected by light. The birds are affected by light. It's a problem for me. It's a building that's open 8 to 5, so I'm not understanding why you need light illumination at night. Nobody's going to be looking for them. And it's pretty awful, all this advertising everywhere. And that peninsula is mainly residential homes. But I am concerned about the wildlife with the lighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I do want to point out that there is a public comment letter that was received via email that's on the dais for all of you.
Thank you. Okay, so then I'd like to close public hearing and start with commissioner comments. Commissioner Keller?
Well, there's quite a bit to say. I understand the feeling of lighted signs, and I understand where we all come from. We've had the opportunity to have the discussion many times. First of all, what I'd like to point out, first of all, is I don't think, and the applicants can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think this sign is an open for business sign. This isn't an open close kind of thing. This sign, let's call a spade a spade. This is an advertisement. And as such, it needs to be lit up at night. Otherwise, it's pretty irrelevant for people to go through this expense. This is why they brand buildings. We do live in an urban environment. My concern is having white signs. I don't mind logos. I think they're artistic. They create a company identity. I see this as a source of pride that we have a company like Sutter Health in our community. And these businesses pay a pretty hefty sum of taxes that pay for our fire, police, and public works projects. So I think, and I also come from the point of view as I'm a member of the Economic Development Advisory Committee. So I also see the commercial aspects and the benefits to our city of that. I see this sign as a better option than why I was making the point to our director, Bryant, is that I would rather see something of color and softness rather than glaring white. And I understand the feelings of people, particularly in the building where I live, which is at Pacific Park Plaza. And I've provided Charlie with some photographs that I can show you, but we all are pretty familiar with the public market sign. And it is big white letters. And that sign is less than 700 feet from my house. It illuminates my bedroom every night. So when I talk about these signs, I come from a point of experience. And I think my experience is a lot more directly related to a glaring white sign than people who live on the opposite side of our building who look at these signs. These signs are nearly 2,000 feet away from their homes. They're 1,700 and 1,900 feet from the nearest distance to Pacific Park Plaza. I can't say what they're like on Watergate, but from the positioning of these two signs, I don't think they directly face any of Watergate's properties. And I don't think that it's such a, I think a white sign, which is allowed by the Master Sign Program, is going to be much more detrimental to wildlife. So I do have some photographs. I can show you what these signs look like from my bedroom and what the big white letters look like. I don't want to occupy the commission's time.
Like me to bring those up?
If the commission feels it relevant, I don't want to waste their time if they kind of see the point, but if you'd visually like to see them, I could show those as well.
No, I mean, I think if we, if anyone asks for specifics, then maybe we could bring them up.
But this is why I made it very clear with Charlie what can the applicant actually put on there by law, and what, this is coming to us because it's different than what the Master Sign Program is. But I think it's a better option than what they can put in. And because the building is so tall, I don't have a problem with the size being slightly over. So basically that's my comments. Is I think what we're being shown here is the company identity. It's what you see everywhere. I think it's important to support our businesses in Emeryville, but I believe that this is a much better option than what the sign program itself would allow. So I think it's before us. I think it's good it's before us, so we have these conversations, but I definitely support this as opposed to just straight white letters.
Chair Gunkel, if I could just comment on the issue about where signs can be seen from. The drawing letter E, which is in your packet, I can put this on the overhead if you wish, but it appears to indicate that the signs will not be visible from Watergate. Do you have that on your PowerPoint? Oh, okay. Yeah, that. It appears to indicate that the signs would not be visible from Watergate at all, because they are on the south and east side of the building.
And this one has the distances, so that's whatever the next sheet is in the package.
Yeah. So I think people in our building are very, very sensitive because of the art.com sign. That was a very different type of sign. It was very dramatic, and it was a problem. This sign is at a much greater distance, and I think, and the fact that it's dimmable is also a control that we have, that if we find that the whiteness at night is too bright, it can definitely be controlled down at Charlie's discretion. So those are my comments.
Commissioner Moss?
I just realized I have a couple more questions of staff before I give my comments. The BRG sign that was approved, isn't that on the north-facing side of the other building?
That's correct.
And does anybody remember what sort of conditions of approval we imposed on BRG?
It was the same as that we have here. The only difference is that it specified having it significantly dimmed at 11 p.m. And it was dimmed to the satisfaction of the director. So it's basically actually the same thing, but also put in another layer of potential dimming.
Okay.
So if there was an issue with late night,
okay,
that could happen.
Okay, thanks. So given that and what we just heard, I will note that I think that this drawing, this sightline study drawing, is incorrect because it notes view angle only to the bay of the north side of the building, and I did note as I was driving towards the site on the freeway, that's actually the side of the building that you're looking at. If you look at the other building and the art.com building are kind of similarly oriented, and you definitely see the art.com sign and you definitely see the BRG sign, and you see that side of the building. So, for what it's worth, I'll just throw that out there. I was prepared to say we're not really talking about the locations of the signs tonight because the master sign program has, approval in 2011 sort of already decided that for us, kind of, sort of. I'll also just note that I did some calculations of the signs for what it's worth. I had to get out my trusty old TI-85 and actually do some equations, and so the sign, what's shown on our plans is sign A. If it were to be reduced proportionally to achieve the area allowed, which I think is 144 square feet, that would reduce the size of the sign to about 32 feet long by 4'6" tall. If we just shrunk it down proportionally, that's what it would be. And the other one, if shrunk down proportionally to the allowed sign, would be about 47 foot 10 inches by 6 feet 9 inches. For what it's worth. So just food for thought. Yeah, I don't really know what to do with these signs. We really hate these things, don't we? And I think all of our concerns is that it's sort of a very suburban model to have illuminated billboard-esque signs on tall buildings, but here we are with an approved 2011 master sign program that would allow them to do a certain something with the planning director, with the staff's approval, basically. So yeah, that's it. I'll conclude my comments.
Thank you.
Well, to answer Commissioner Kank's question about what happened before, and there were only two of us still on the Planning Commission that were here when it happened. We approved the sign for art.com, and it was a very sophisticated electrical system in it that allowed flashing, waving, all kinds of things. It was...
well, no, it just allowed color changes.
Well, the color changes, it could move, so it had movement in the color changes.
No.
Chair Cardozo, Commissioner Cardozo, Chair Gunkel, if I may clarify, the technology that the sign was designed with, which was individual LED lights, which were sort of a new thing at that time. It's amazing how in just a few years now everything is LED, but at that time it was sort of new. The technology allowed for animated signs and multicolor signs and all sorts of things like that. The commission, in approving it, did not permit that. The commission only permitted solid colors, and the conditions also allow for 4 times a year where there can be some sort of a picture made with the letters, but it can't move. It can't be animated. It has to be a static, still picture. So, and that's allowed 4 times a year with my approval. And typically what they do is they put an American flag on it for the 4th of July or something like that. So it does have the ability to do all the things that you described, but the conditions don't allow that.
But apparently there was a firestorm from...
It was very bright, much brighter than anybody anticipated.
That's the problem.
That was just the intensity.
But it did change colors, too.
Not... I think it was allowed
It could change day by day.
Day by
It
day.
could exchange from one day to the next. It could
Right.
change in any 24-hour period. It could be a different color. Right.
There are 200-plus units that looked directly at it.
Right.
And it was so bright that it went through their blinds. And it even made it difficult for them to sleep at night.
And we for whatever reason, inadvertently forgot or neglected to include a condition about making it dimmable.
What was the first one, kind of?
Right.
Yeah.
That's why we always have that condition now.
Yeah, lesson learned there, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I feel very strongly the sign should be put on the north face of the building so it doesn't look directly at that large residential development. And they would still see it at an angle, but it wouldn't be focusing straight at them. You can see in the picture here that PPP is in the about 3/4 of the way across on the top part of the picture. And while it will get a peripheral view of the north-facing sign, it won't get a direct view as it would as they're presenting it. I also feel that it should be kept within the allowable size of signs and not be granted an exception.
Thank you. Commissioner Donaldson?
I would agree with Commissioner Cardoza that it would be more appropriate on the north side. That would make both signs smaller. I would rather see a green sign up there than a white sign, and I think it should. This master sign program was put in place because it was intended to limit the size of the signs on those buildings, and if the sign as presented were shrunk to fit within the parameters of the sizes in the master sign program, even though I know that's not what we're evaluating it by, technically, and put on the north side of the building where people driving on the freeway would be able to see it, but it wouldn't be directly pointed at residences, I think that that would be a much more acceptable solution. And I don't mind a logo.
Thank you.
And I do, I mean, the proliferation of these signs is really, really disturbing. It's looking worse all the time.
Commissioner Bowders?
So I'm going to just come out and say it. I don't like it at all. And it's not personal. Trust me, it's not. But I'm totally against the way we do this. And so no matter what, I'm a no tonight. But the bottom line is that when you look at the findings we have to make to do this, the very first finding says the proposed sign is necessary because of the nature of the establishment and its location. Okay, what that language translates to for me is that it is designed to draw people in. It's for retail purposes. It's for accommodation purposes. Okay, so a restaurant, a hotel, a hospital, if you're providing services to people there and they needed to see that there's a hospital here in the community, I think that's an appropriate thing. And that's what that language is intended to do. It's necessary because of the nature. This is an office building. There's nothing necessary about putting a sign on an office building. So to the point that was made by the public speaker and to the people who sent the letter in, it is a proliferation of night pollution. It doesn't matter to me which direction it goes. It doesn't matter to me if it affects the aviary community or the people who live in PPP. It is night pollution. It is totally unnecessary. It doesn't actually meet the legal requirements to be approved. I couldn't, even if I reached that conclusion, the second finding says that the sign is no larger than is necessary to adequately identify the establishment. I don't agree with that. The witness for the applicant testified that the logo's been here for a long time. They've been in business in Northern California for over 100 years. A logo would be sufficient to do this. But as my fellow commissioner asked a question, the branding of the organization has always been the logo plus the words. And that's great if that's your branding, but that's not great if You're on a planning commission trying to make a livable community here, and you have a sign that's basically just free advertising, not free, but it's advertising on the top of a building that when you go home at night is in the lights in the faces of people on our freeways, on our streets, walking their dogs and living in our buildings. So I just don't see that this meets that. And I know that there's a lot of concern. I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Keller, because I know we probably very much disagree on how to deal with this one. But my opinion, the master sign program for this building is horrendous in my opinion. But the bottom line is this. They will not, most likely, go back because the master sign program also only allows you to use letters. It does not allow you to use the logo. They will not go back and do a white only, Sutter Health, the words only. So if this was denied, if we actually took a stand tonight and said enough of the night pollution in the community, it would actually be done. I do not think we will get white letters that say Sutter Health in the small area that they actually can comply with. I do not think we will get it. So I'm voting no because I just don't think that that's the appropriate way to do it. There's no necessity for this. It's not necessary to identify the establishment, and I don't think there's no right under this. There's a right under the master sign program, that's true, but there's no right as a matter of course to having any sign on this building, and it is an office establishment.
Thank you. Commissioner Kang.
So before I offer my comments, I just first like to thank the members on the dais, provide some institutional knowledge for all of our benefits. So thank you so much for that. And I think with those lessons learned, I think it's important to remember those lessons and apply them for what we have here today. Like fellow members, Mr. Bowers, Ms. Donaldson, and Mr. Cardoza, I'm sorry. I'm struggling to find a compelling reason why the signs need to be the size that they are, to face east. I'm just not finding a compelling reason. As Commissioner Bowders had pointed out in the questions he asked, there are no medical services provided there. So having the logo with Sutter Health on it, not only is there not necessarily a need, but it could be misleading. Especially if we give that sign, pardon the pun, but give that license to have this sign be larger than what the MSP says are the guidelines. I also don't see a compelling reason that just because we live in an urban environment, we should just be used to signs. It's just not an argument for me. And I think there's been a lot of lessons learned in terms of the residents who face the freeway, who look at the signs every day. I think they've made it very plain and clear for a long time that they don't like these signs. And my first priority to decision-making here are to the people who live in Emeryville. I do understand, I can certainly appreciate the concern that Mr. Keller brought up about allowing, just letting businesses know that we're proud of the businesses here, but just because they're a health company doesn't mean it's necessarily a company that we're proud of. Especially with Sutter, they've had some challenges over the last couple of years, especially as it relates to employee relations. So I wouldn't necessarily say there's a compelling reason provided for Sutter Health because of those challenges as well. I think that's something I'd like to see improved and worked upon as well. So for that reason as well, I find it very difficult to vote in favor of this application.
Thank you.
Just to comment before we get on before that. So how do we justify...
Can we have the chair make his comments? Everyone takes a turn.
No, this is just on Commissioner Kang's comments and yours as well. Is the fact is, how do we justify to these people that AAA has their sign on the building and that we just approved this other building? It's kind of like...
I'll be happy to respond to that when he speaks.
Yeah,
I'd like to hear him speak.
I think, we can justify making, learning from the past, and that's something that we can do. This is a conversation that we already had. This is almost the identical conversation that we had about the adjacent building. Pretty much all the same points were brought up at that time. We all felt like, or many of us felt like, our hands were tied by the master sign program, that And at that time, the applicant for that particular project seemed to, they seemed willing to go with the master sign program if we didn't accept what they were proposing. And I think all of us felt like what would have happened with the master sign program would have been even less fortunate than what they were proposing. I think in this case, it's a similar situation. But I appreciate Commissioner Bowder's point that, why we tried it one way last time, why not try it a different way this time, not approve it, and see what they come back with. I mean, it's, I guess I would rather see this sign smaller on the north and south sides of the building than the white signs on the, at the locations provided in the master sign program. But I don't know that that's what's going to happen. But yeah, it's unfortunate that the master sign program exists and was approved, and now we're dealing with it. But I think the same point that Commissioner Bowder's made is one that I felt very strongly about with the adjacent building, is simply that, yeah, this building's closed by the time the sign goes on. So how we can make the findings that we're required to make to approve this sign, I don't understand how that can be, and I think it's not the direction that we want to be going for Emeryville. As Commissioner Moss mentioned, I feel like these signs on the tops of buildings, you do occasionally see them in Oakland, not very much in San Francisco, but where you generally do see them are small enclaves on the sides of freeways and suburban areas, and that's not what we're trying to create here in Emeryville. So that said, I don't I don't know if you want to respond.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Okay. Let's see, how do we do this? So we don't have findings before you for denial.
I'll make a motion with findings.
Okay.
I'll make a motion motion to deny on the basis that the proposed sign is not necessary because the nature of the establishment and its location do not require signage of the type proposed. Second finding, the proposed sign is larger than is necessary to adequately identify the establishment of the sign, and it is not of an extraordinary design significance justifying its size.
Second.
All right, so that motion was made by Commissioner Bowders and seconded by Commissioner Kang. Is that right? Okay. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowders?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardoza?
No.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Kang?
Aye.
Commissioner Moss?
No.
Vice Chair Keller?
If we were going to address this situation in a wholesale fashion, that if we were going to look at signs for this project and throughout the city as a equal parity, I would consider voting that we not support this. I think we are picking on one particular business at this point in time to make a point, and I think it's really inappropriate that we're making them the sacrificial lamb. I think if we don't like signs, that's something we need to put on our agenda. And we've talked about this several times. This is like the third time, but yet we've yet to put this on our agenda. And I think we're responsible for that because these people don't have clear definition from us. We're misleading people. We've approved AAA. We've approved the other sign that Commissioner Moss just talked about. And all of a sudden we're pulling the rug out from under these people, where our precedent in the past and art.com has been, bring us something that makes reasonable sense, and we'll look at it, and we will be honest with you. And now we're making them the sacrificial lamb for mistakes we've made in the past. So my vote is going to be abstain, because I agree there are issues with these signs. But I agree, I make the point that we're not making clear definitions for these people, and we're not supporting businesses in our community. We're putting one group before the other, and the other doesn't have clear ideas of what we're wanting or telling them that we want. And I lay that at our feet. We're responsible for this. So at this time, I'm going to abstain, and then I would like put on our soonest agenda that we address signs in this city and make clear definitions of what people can expect to bring into our city for what we want for signs.
So that's
Abstention.
That's an abstention. And Chair Gunkel?
Aye.
4 ayes, 2 noes, 1 abstention. The motion is approved. The application is denied. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days. I would like to ask the Commission, just for direction for the applicant, if you would be willing to consider a modified application that had signs on the north and south side of the building. Alternatively, they have the option, of course, to submit just white letters under the master sign program.
I mean, that's not what's before us right now, and we've got a long agenda, so I don't know that that's, I mean,
Well,
they can propose.
We made findings that it was not necessary, so I would say no.
I mean, I would make that motion.
I would support it, too.
What motion's that?
Charlie just stated with...
To approve this in a form different
it's
than
already been denied.
The motion
Is
is
that-
already approved.
North and
But
south.
we denied this. I don't know,
It would just be a direction to the applicant, that's all. Unless you want to make a motion to reconsider, which I don't hear.
Maybe we
support.
could just do a quick straw poll so that the applicant has that to work with.
That would be helpful.
So all of those who would be in favor of smaller signs on the north and south, or be willing to accept smaller signs on the north and south, knowing that the master sign program would allow larger signs on the east and south.
And could we also say that they'd still keep the green color and not do it white?
Okay. So all in favor of, or all who would feel like they would
You
be
can
willing
just
to
do a
approve
show
that.
of hands.
Yeah, just a show of hands.
Say it again. Say it again.
All who feel like they would be willing to approve smaller signs or consider smaller signs on the north and south of the building, using their logo and colors, in knowing that the alternative could potentially be the master sign program and the white signs on the east east and south. Yeah.
I would be in favor of that.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd look at it.
suppose I'd consider it regardless of the master sign program.
Okay.
I would consider
Well,
it, but
What?
I don't like it.
How many hands am I seeing?
2.5.
Well, looks like 3.5, 4. There's a possibility, it sounds like.
Okay.
Am I allowed to ask a clarifying question?
Ask the
Go
chair.
ahead.
So just so that I understand, with the petition denied then, the rights that I have left as a tenant of the building would be under the master sign program, is that correct?
Right.
Which is the help me here.
Individual white letters.
I'm sorry?
Individual white letters.
With no logo.
With no logo and smaller.
And, yeah.
So if I may, I completely understand your point that this is not a place where healthcare services will be rendered. It is after a year's worth of searching for us where we've decided to make our corporate office and where we've actually signed a long-term lease to be, where we actually have, in parts of that other complex, additional Sutter Health services that enable our 11 hospitals and 3,000 physicians to provide care to 2.1 million people. So I guess what I'm saying is we're going to be there for a while. We've signed a lease. It happens to be dead center for us in terms of geography and location. I respect and understand your concerns. But I will say that if the alternative for us is to go with the master sign program, as much as I hate to be able to do that, that is probably what we'll end up doing from a acknowledgement that we are an organization, a not-for-profit organization that provides health care, and we want to make this our home, our corporate office and our home, and we're going to be here for a while. So I would love an opportunity to do something different where I didn't have to put up white letters, but if that is what the commission is asking me to do, then I just want to let you know that I'm prepared to do that.
You also have the option of appealing this decision to the City Council, and the
okay.
deadline for that is November 6th.
Thank you. And again, I'm amenable to something smaller if that works as well. I mean, we did the bigger signs for visibility from that perspective, but
And you're welcome to bring another proposal to us.
so does that? I'm sorry for another clarifying question. If we were to do that, another proposal, does that mean it goes here before Planning Commission, or do I take the same proposal to Planning Commission?
We are
So in other words, if I was-
We're the planning commission.
I'm sorry, the city council.
No, you
You can either appeal this decision on this application to the City Council, or you can submit a different application to the Planning Commission.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no interest in being kind of rolled by the applicant, but I am going to make a motion to reconsider.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'd second that motion.
But I didn't hear. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
A motion to reconsider.
Consider from Moss and second by Keller.
Oh. Okay.
So you want to reconsider the signs as proposed?
Well, I want to reconsider the application and then discuss what we might be willing to approve.
We already did that.
I think that,
Yeah, but I
you
think
had enough
we-
people
Okay,
that
call
gave...
the roll.
Yeah.
We
Call the roll.
I mean, we have new information now, so.
Tells me to.
We don't have new information. Call the roll.
Okay.
Let's call the roll.
On the motion to reconsider, Commissioner Bowders?
No.
Commissioner Cardoza?
No.
Commissioner Donaldson?
No.
Commissioner Kang?
No.
Commissioner Moss?
Aye.
Vice Chair Keller?
Aye.
And Chair Gunkel?
No.
2 ayes, 5 noes, the motion fails.
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute intermission and before we move to the second half of the night. Next public hearing, the Preservation of Significant Structures Ordinance. Does the staff like to report?
Good evening, Commissioners. So here we are talking about the Preservation of Significant Structures Ordinance. A little background. Ooh. In 2003, the Park Avenue District Plan and Ordinance were adopted. That designates significant structures in the district by a map and requires approval to demolish one. In 2006, the Preservation Ordinance was adopted, and it requires approval to demolish a residential structure or a significant structure outside the district. And it uses criteria to define significant structures. In 2007, the Council directed staff to make a map and list of these structures. So we brought that to you in 2012, and then we brought it to the council, and because we had a list now, we notified everybody who owned one of those structures. So they came, and a few of them, and didn't like it very much, and the council directed us to form a working group, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. The council directed us to narrow the list of significant structures. Then in 2013, the new planning regulations were adopted, and they had a bonus system which included preserving significant structures in development, which has been used. And then this year, the residential regulations were revisited, and the council directed us to focus the bonus system on housing and a few other items, not including preservation of significant structures. So the working group is made of a Wareham representative. They have the properties around Emery Station, a Martin representative, properties on 67th, a property owner who had the dog daycare has since sold and is no longer property owner here, a Novartis representative who has since left, an Emeryville Chamber of Commerce representative who is no more here, and a Park Avenue District property owner who we invited because he has experience reusing old buildings and he didn't have anything at stake. So he had useful perspective, and an interested resident.
So were there any historians on the working group?
Historians, no. Our ordinance is not about history.
Okay. All right.
How about architects?
Architects. We did not have any architects. Might have been more relevant, but we did not have any architects.
Sorry.
This ordinance is unique. It's the only ordinance that's not about history that's like this. Emeryville's unique in many ways. The working group took a tour of potentially significant structures, pretty much the ones that we had listed in 2012, to see which structures seem significant and which features make them significant and what part of each building is significant. And they opined that if you want people not to keep applying to demolish buildings, you need to have some substantial incentives for keeping these old buildings. So someone said, well, let's have something for people who don't develop their sites. Let's have a bonus where if you are developing, you can buy somebody else's development right to keep their building. But now that the bonus system is being focused, that's not happening. We also looked into the idea of a building permit discount for repairs and reuse of significant buildings, but that either it cuts into our revenue too much or it doesn't provide enough that would make any difference to people, or it provides really lumpy benefits to a few people now and then. So, plus it would be a nightmare to administer. So the working group, the structures they found significant met a few more criteria than the structures they didn't, the criteria that are in the current ordinance. So to me, that means there's something about it that isn't captured in these criteria. How the ordinance works: preservation and reuse of a significant structure requires a finding that the project will retain all or most of the features that make it significant. Preservation and reuse only requires a staff permit. Demolition of 75%, or we're proposing 50% of the structure, requires council approval. And the proposed ordinance does list the significant features of each building, so you can tell whether you're aiming for having to get council approval if you want to demolish them. So demolition of most or all of the features that make a building significant require council approval. So what we're proposing is to designate the significant structures by referring to a list, map, and photos, which you'll see, and to delete the definition that lists the criteria. To list the significant features of the significant structures, and to extend a parking credit that is in the Park Avenue District section of the code. This is if you have an old building that has always had, well, now has a legal non-conforming parking deficiency, and you want to intensify the use, you can do that and not have to make up that parking deficiency. So that exists in the Park Ave District, and we thought, well, let's extend that to the whole city. That's the only incentive we could think of that we could reasonably do. And combine the Park Avenue District with the rest of the city in the code, since they would both be designated. There wouldn't be any difference between them now. So here's a map of the structures that the working group looked at. The Park Avenue District is in green. They didn't look at those because they're already designated. The purple buildings are the ones that they thought were significant, and the gold ones are the ones they didn't, and you'll see them. So here are the ones that they thought were significant. Emery, and just reading along, Emery Crossing, Baker Metal, Hollis Complex, the Public Market Brick Building.
I mean, I think we've all reviewed this, and maybe if we could just flip through the ones that.
Do you all agree?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Just want to give you long enough to look at them. Ah. Oh. And here are the ones that they didn't. So the findings that need to be made are that this ordinance will be consistent with the general plan, which it is consistent with a goal to have respect for the past and a goal for protection of cultural resources. And that it's necessary for public health, safety, and welfare or benefit to the public, and that is that it encourages preservation of significant structures. And that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, and we'll be curious what you have to say.
Other questions for the staff?
When you were developing the criteria initially, where did you come up with them? If they're, I mean, there are architectural historians, there are people that do these things.
I went around and looked at all the buildings that looked special. They're 50 years old or more. Mostly they were the early 20th century industrial buildings, not entirely, but most of them. And I wrote down what the features of them were. This was in 2003 when the city wanted to adopt a preservation ordinance, and they did not want it to be historical. They didn't want people to get tangled up with the U.S. Park Service, and the buildings that have historic significance might not be the same buildings that have a lot of interesting features that people enjoy looking at.
And also, just to embellish that a little bit, I believe the Park Avenue District Plan and the buildings that are designated as significant in that plan were actually developed or picked by an architect, Dan Solomon, right?
Well, Dan Solomon picked out the buildings that were in the original Park Avenue District.
Right.
And when we expanded it, we looked at what he had picked and figured out what criteria he must have used.
We inferred what criteria he must have used
And we used
to figure out which buildings were significant in the rest of in the expanded Park Avenue District. And I believe, didn't you start with those criteria and when you did the citywide
They ended
criteria?
up being very similar.
Yeah.
And the criteria are stated in the Park Avenue District Plan. They're less complex. Because we weren't trying to make a ministerial list that you could check off the box when the Park Avenue District Plan was written.
And I would note that there are a number of buildings that have been processed under the current code that have required city council approval for demolition that were considered significant and that are outside of the Park Avenue District, and that's just based on the criteria that are in the current code. And when we took these projects to both the Planning Commission and the City Council for approval of the demolition, both the Council and Commission concurred that yes, these buildings were significant in that they met the criteria that we had identified.
But now, in this proposal, we're doing away with the criteria, correct?
Right. The buildings that we're proposing to list were developed using those criteria, but I did not like standing in the council chambers arguing in front of the council with a building owner about whether this turret was a articulation or a bas relief. I did not like trying to use those to defend the definition of a building as being significant. I think if the council says these are the significant ones, then it's just done.
The commission and council and staff have in the past felt that the existing ordinance is valuable, but it would be a lot easier for everybody if we simply had a list and a map that says these are the buildings that are significant. And if that's been thoroughly vetted and approved, then there's no need to have the criteria anymore.
I just completely lost my train of thought.
I have a couple of questions. So there were no people who are architects who were on this committee.
There was a planner.
It was you, yes. When you did these visits...
on the committee, no.
Okay.
I don't know if Roger Bash is an architect, but he's a designer.
Okay. When you did these visits, did you have a set of a pre-agreed upon criteria that you would evaluate each building on, so that when you went into them, you were evaluating them all the same way and you were asking the same questions of them?
No, the things that they tended to say were, it's plain, it's not special, it's not unique.
So they just were subjective comments about...
Well,
it wasn't a guided focus.
Well, in a way, it was a way of testing the criteria. You know,
can I ask her? Because
sure,
she's the one who did the report. So there wasn't a standard evaluation that was used by the group in evaluating each building.
no, we did not tell them what to use to evaluate.
Okay. And when you did do the evaluation in the nature that you did do it, was there always 100% consensus?
Actually, yes, which kind of surprised me.
Okay. And that's the questions I have for now.
So, adding or deleting a building from this list in the future would then require 2 readings of an ordinance?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any way to that the list could be changed in an alternate way? I mean, I'm just looking to, maybe if we wanted to add one in the future in a more streamlined way than having to go through.
Well, there are ordinances
process.
that say you have to follow this set of regulations, and like, for instance, the water efficient landscape ordinance. It says you have to follow the water efficient landscape requirements. And that way, if something comes down the pike from the state that we have to change it, we don't have to go back to the council. So that is a possibility of a way to have an ordinance, but that's kind of what we had with these criteria.
Yeah, I mean, it's like buildings that, all these buildings are older, but more recent buildings eventually might be considered significant. There might be buildings being built right now that might be eventually considered significant. I don't know of many, but but you never know. So
time will tell. So maybe,
especially since it's such a loose term as significant,
So maybe after a while, people will want to do that. Add to it.
If I may chime in, given that this has fairly significant consequences for these buildings, that they do require city council approval for demolition, it seems like it should be a city council decision as to whether or not to add a building to the list. So personally, I think it's appropriate to go through this process again in the future if we want to add buildings to the list. Just bring it.
How about deleting buildings?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Deleting buildings?
You could do that too.
But to the point that was asked, how would you then recommend if we don't have criteria and they want to go through it again?
Oh.
Can the criteria be kept on the back burner, and there's every 5-year reevaluation? Maybe not of the buildings that are on the list, because I guess if they're already on the list, they're on the list for a reason, and those things aren't going to change about them. unless their changes are approved. But then the addition of new buildings on the list, could there be an evaluation every 5 years or something along those lines, using the previous criteria, the current criteria?
Or a set of findings or something.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think of how you could have maybe in the general plan it says I'm trying to think where we have regulations that say every 5 years or 10 years. Frankly, I think it would be more like every 10 years.
Yeah.
That something gets reviewed.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really have.
And I guess another question is, I know larger cities have historians who this is what they do. Even Oakland has 3 people on staff doing this.
Mm-hmm. Doing sort of like this.
I don't know that we're of the size to do that, but are there freelance historians who could be, brought in as a consultant on a 10-year basis to evaluate buildings?
If they were, it would be a totally different evaluation. This is really
it's not
about
historic.
Design.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about whether an important person lived there or an important organization was there or a big event happened there.
Mm-hmm.
But there are design historians too.
Well, definitely, there are architectural historians that specialize in that and that they have criteria that pertain to design, that are looking at building types.
We have, I guess, for CEQA purposes, run a few of our buildings through the we've hired architectural historians, and we haven't had one come back historically significant yet.
We did that for the Oak Walk project, all the houses on 41st Street. State forms were filled out. The State Historic Preservation Office has standard forms for documenting historic structures. And the architectural historian that we hired filled out a state form for every building on 41st Street, determined that none of them qualified as historic. There was one that potentially could have, but it had been moved. And so, therefore, it had lost its historical significance, according to this architectural historian. So the conclusion of that analysis was there weren't any historic properties on that block anyway. But we do have those state forms.
I wanted to ask a clarifying question, if I may. So the working group identified some facades, not necessarily for some buildings, not the entire building, but some facades of the building as being significant.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And the consequence of that is, please disabuse me if I'm incorrect, is that for the parts of the building that are not considered significant, they could be demolished without City Council approval?
If we were to follow that recommendation, staff disagreed with that, and it is not in the ordinance that's before you.
Okay.
In the ordinance that requires City Council approval for demolition of residential structures, do you know how residential is defined? Would that include mixed-use structures that have residential units in them?
It's any residential unit, including a live-work unit.
Okay.
So if a building is, 100,000 square foot commercial building and it's got a residential unit in it, that's a residential building. So.
But some of these buildings are residential.
Some of them do have residential. Yes, some of them have residential units in them. The Gravestock building.
Hollis building does.
Yeah. Hollis building.
Some of them have some live work. Yeah, that's true.
Well, these are already accepted if they're on this list. Is that it? This is it?
On the first list.
On the first list?
Well, that's what they're proposing.
We're saying that they meet the criteria now, but we're now identifying them.
The list is not in the ordinance.
But if we don't think they meet the criteria?
Yeah.
Well, that's
for us to discuss.
That's to discuss, yeah.
Are there any other questions for staff? I'd like to open it up to public hearing. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
I'm sorry, I'm going to be brief here. I'm here on the next item. Ethan Maganas. I've been through the history in other communities. This is a very controversial issue, when it comes in, and very subjective. It involves a lot of information. I would urge you to take some time and see what it means, really, for your community, for the buildings, the structures themselves. What's very, very important. It's also for our neighborhoods. So I just want to bring this up to you, that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thanks. I'd like to close the public hearing and move to commissioner comments. Commissioner Kang?
I want to thank staff's work on this and presenting it here tonight. I think I'm struggling with, there's a lack of clarity here that I just am not understanding. I keep coming back to the question of, so what is really significant? How are we defining that? I know even we have criteria, but I'm not still understanding what significant means and then how to apply that. So because of that, I'm very much struggling just to figure out what it is that we are voting on. But I'd be eager to hear what my fellow colleagues' comments and maybe some underlying questions, remaining questions are.
May I just interject? I don't know if Diana pointed this out, but on the dais in front of you, I believe you've got this chart. This is something that we used the first time around when we were preparing this list and map of significant structures. And we did very much focus on the criteria at that time. And these were the buildings that were identified. The criteria are across the top. 1 through 11 were the ones that we thought should be kept. There were 3 other criteria that we determined should probably not really be used because they're not really anything that makes a building particularly special. Wood or poured concrete, large window frames, and major pedestrian entrance on the street. So the other 11 criteria were the ones that we focused on. We listed all the buildings, and then there's a dot that indicates what which building meets which criteria. And I guess there's no total here that shows that, but that's how the buildings were originally evaluated. It was somewhat more objective, like what you're asking for. This was actually approved by the Planning Commission, and it went to the City Council for public hearing, and that was the point where all the property owners came out and said, I object. I don't care how many criteria my building meets. I don't want it on the list. So that's when the City Council directed staff to go back, form a working group, meet with the working group, see what the working group thinks. And we kind of had to rethink these criteria at that point. We decided, well, let's take a different approach. Let's just look at a bunch of buildings and see which ones the working group, look at all these buildings and see which ones the working group considers significant without reference to the criteria. Just, I like that one, I don't like that one, or I think this one is really special, I'd be really upset if that ever got demolished, that sort of thing. And after that, as Diana showed you that chart of which ones they thought were significant and which one they didn't, and there was a slightly fewer of the criteria seemed to be met for the ones that they didn't consider significant. But it really, that exercise that we've now gone through at the council's direction didn't focus so much on the criteria, just on sort of subjectively what is a special building.
And if I could chime in on that, I think that might be where we're having problems, is that these decisions were made subjectively by an opinion of a group that was selected to be on this, and it doesn't seem like there were any historians, any architects. So I think that without a criteria, it's hard to make these decisions on subjective opinions.
Is this your comment or question?
That was to his, it's a comment to his.
Yeah, I think we're just going to keep moving down, and we'll get to your comments.
Okay.
But you steal my thunder, Steve. I'll help you out. So I really had to think really hard about this one for a number of reasons, because as Commissioner Kang already alluded to, it's a complicated issue. And I guess when I distilled the process that we undertook in doing this, I decided that the problem I had, first of all, I want to thank the work group and staff, because this is really, really important, actually. And I don't know, I mean, we live here and we appreciate the community we live in, but if you actually look at the history of the East Bay, we are and were the industrial engine of the Bay Area. And so we, even a 1.2 square mile community, have a collection of buildings, as was noted. We have a very important duty here. It may just seem like we're trying to pick a list, but we have a very important job in determining how we are going to define the history of our own community. Because what we put on a list or don't put on a list will be ultimately subject to different sets of procedural rights. And we have to balance the general plan's call to preserve the community against the rights of the property owner and the right to develop and make better use of certain parts of our community and make it more amenable to the growing urban culture that we have. And so trying to figure out what didn't sit well with me about this one was a little tricky at first, but I think it's no offense or affront to the members of the work group, but I think that the reality here is that it is a very subjective process that was undertaken. There were no fixed criteria for evaluating these structures. There were no credentials required necessarily of the people in the work group. I kind of looked into who the actual people were. Some of them had strong proprietary interests in buildings, owners of buildings that are not on the list. So it concerned me that the objective thing here is businesses and property owners should have a right to objectively do certain things with their property, I think. But I think that has to be balanced against what the general plan asks us to do, which is to preserve the history and culture of our community. And so my recommendation this evening is, in looking at that balance, right now, this ordinance was not written well to begin with. The definition of significant is not provided. I agree that it's a very ambiguous space. But the property owner still has the right, under the current iteration of the statute, to come in, get conditional use permit, get permission to reuse or demolish. And I think that right is not evaporating here, but at the same time, I would like to suggest that we actually request that the council obtain the services of an objective third party who has the required credentials. I'm not that person, to go out and determine what those structures are in our community, to evaluate them. And I understand this wasn't an attempt to give historical designation. I don't think that's what we're trying to do either, at least I'm not. But I think that somebody with an architectural historian or somebody with those qualifications, to Gail and Brad's earlier comments, has some of the other qualifications necessary to look at a building objectively and say, in the scope of the things that you've previously defined as significant features, these buildings really are emblematic of those features in a concentrated sense, that they deserve some higher level of review or process before they're altered or destroyed. And these other buildings may have some of those features, but don't necessarily require that. And so I don't think it's appropriate actually for the Planning Commission to get into building by building who should be on the list or not. I don't feel qualified to do that. I think that it would just be furthering kind of an improper process that began. And so I recommend not changing it tonight. Simply because I think that the process is the right one. I think the list is the right thing. I think Charlie and Diana are right. It's better to have a list than to have criteria, but I think we should let that list be the product of somebody independent of people who have proprietary interest. You?
I agree. I agree. I think that it needs to be a little bit more objective, and I would like to see us end up with a list, but with the criteria defined within the ordinance so that it can be adapted as time goes by, because when you're looking at some of the historic designations and some of them say, well, it qualifies because it's at least 50 years old. Well, 10 years from now, there's a whole other flock of buildings that are going to be 50 years old. But somebody that does have the expertise to evaluate them, looking at under CEQA, one of the criteria for designation is embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, region, or method of construction, or represents the work of a master or possesses high artistic values. There are things that are defined that could be applied moving forward, and a list could be created from that, and I think that would be a better way to go, and I think it would be a little bit more objective.
Well, I agree with that too. I think that, having been an architect for many years, I'm no longer one. Mm-hmm. I look at these things and I can't figure out why. It just, the there are a lot of neat buildings here, but there are a lot of old buildings. And just because they're old, I don't think there's any reason they should be preserved.
I actually really love this ordinance because it's like magic to me. It's, I mean, if you had asked me what the definition of a architecturally significant building was, I would have said it's like Jacob Ellis v. Ohio. I know it when I see it. But we've put together this list of criteria that capture just about every building that I would say is architecturally significant. And I mean, I didn't drive around this time and look at these structures, but I did the first time we considered this, and I really couldn't identify anything that I thought was a significant, attractive building that didn't meet the criteria. And so I think at this point, we do need a list. We're actually we're removing subjectivity from it by adding subjectivity to it. Like the process for getting to the list may have been a little subjective, but we're definitely removing the subjectivity from it by creating the list, which provides certainty to all of the property owners involved, to the community. And I like that also because the list in the future has the potential to really reflect the values of our community in terms of preserving architecturally significant buildings. I mean, buildings can then be added and deleted from the list as the city council sees fit. And they're not subject to this rubric. I mean, I view the rubric, criteria as a tool that got us really far to where we wanted to be. It was initially developed for the Park Avenue district with, as I understand, Dan Solomon came up with most of these at that time. So the criteria was developed by an architect largely got us to where we want to be, and now it's up to us to kind of make tweaks. So I do have a couple of suggestions. Looking at these buildings, I've always found so looking at the ones that were excluded, so building A, I've always found really charming. That's Prize Fighter, primarily the end of it that faces 67th, I guess that is. I've always really liked that end of the building, but I would like to see that one added back. And then the Apex building also. And the Apex building, as I think about it more, not partially for what it is, but partially for the space that it creates. I've always loved that building and the space that it creates under the Powell Street overpass. It's really to have that building there. It creates a cool. I love to kind of stand there and look at that building, and sometimes the way the light is because of the overpass and things like that. It just creates kind of a cool space. So I wouldn't want to see that building go away. Especially like if that space were to be improved, I wouldn't want to see the building go away, without some review of it. And then, I just do want to add one last thing is that this isn't, we're definitely not talking about the historical value of these buildings. I mean, that's something that's evaluated separately. CEQA looks at any building that's more than 50 years old and would evaluate its eligibility for listing on the state and national registers based on the criteria of those lists. And that's really, separate from this discussion. This is really a discussion about architectural significance. Oh, one more thing. The one building that actually doesn't meet the criteria, but is one of the most architecturally significant buildings in our city, is Ricardo Legaretta's Chiron. Well, now it's Chiron building. So I would propose that That is added to the list.
It's not historic yet.
This has nothing to do with history.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Moss. I think there are buildings that are under 50 years old that are significant. I do think the Legaretto is definitely something that's underestimated in this city, and we don't take advantage of that. I do want to thank staff for their creativity of looking at this a different way. I think that's always good to take a different approach at things. I think when we're basing something this important, that people need clear, defined understandings of what we're judging things on, and it can't be, what a group of people think on that day. I think it's a criteria that needs to not shift with the sands. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't be more important to have people on this committee, as well as being educated in the field, that are not connected to Emeryville. I have to say I'm a little concerned with the people that were on the committee being the Martin Company and Wareham Properties, because they have direct interest. And I'm not saying that their interests are ill to the city or anything, but they do. It's like myself. I can't be on this committee when we're looking at properties that are 500 feet from me, but yet these people who have properties directly involved were making these decisions. And I think that all of us as residents, as business owners, we're going to have a certain bias towards one way or another. So I would rather see a group of people come in that, even though we're not doing a historical thing, I think someone with historical knowledge would be good. I think someone with architectural interest would be good. And I think that they should be people not from Emeryville in any way. And that way we get an unbiased looking just at the building for what it is and not what it could be for someone later on down the road. So other than that, I agree with what most of the commission has stated. I think we need a little more work on this for sure.
Yeah, it's funny because if you go online, you can type in an address in Berkeley or Oakland, and it'll pop up whether it's considered a significant structure. A lot of times they're basing their criteria on it being historic, but it's very clear if you're looking at purchasing a property or modifying a property. That's all it really takes. You're not trying to evaluate whether it's historic or significant based on a big list of criteria. Someone's already done that work for you, and it makes things relatively clean cut. And the truth is, I probably spend a day in the Oakland historian's office every month or two, and as much as we might want to think it's very objective, it's still very subjective. And so I think there's nothing wrong with having a list of, using a general criteria that we all feel is, worthwhile and reliable, and making decisions based upon that as to what our buildings are significant. And I do think, whether they're historically significant, that could be another committee, that could be another exercise. But I think what we're talking about is, what we're here for. We sit here and we do design review, which is completely subjective in many ways, over and over again, and we're about to do it again. And so, and when all these projects come before us, so often what we're trying to do is decide whether they work within the fabric of Emeryville as we are trying to preserve it, whether they make it, whether they complement what we like about Emeryville. And so I think it's very important to preserve what we already like about Emeryville as we're making these other decisions and moving, into the future. And so, frankly, I look at this and I see buildings that the working group took out that I have no idea, I would have thought they would have been some of the first buildings to include. And so, frankly, I don't see, I see only, 2 or 3 buildings that the working group took out that I think should be taken out. And I almost feel like, proposing making a motion to approve the ordinance with everything that, including everything that the working group took out, just to make it easy, and then keeping the criteria so that, in addition to the list, so that future, with some kind of a program by which other buildings are evaluated in the future on a regular basis, whether it's 10 years, I don't know, and moving forward from there. But I think stepping back, trying to bring in outside consultants and reevaluating this, it's basically just going to create a bunch of muck for years and years to come. And right now, I think it's to our advantage to preserve as much as we can at this point that we feel is significant, so we don't lose what we have, and then create, have agreed upon set of criteria that we can make decisions upon in the future, and a process by which those decisions are made.
If I could further on that, I think that's a good direction to go, because I think we need to start protecting these buildings as soon as possible, and reconvening and starting over again is going to take time. The only thing I would think about, and this might not be germane, is that really the premise of council's direction to staff was to reduce the list, that it was too big. But that was a council appointed 3 years ago in 2012, and it might be that the current council may not find it important to reduce the list as it was back in 2012. So I would favor that motion from you.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I think the list is the most important part of this. And the ordinance, this is an ordinance, so it does still have to go to the council after us, and they're free at that time to modify it as they see fit. But I guess I would support a motion to include more of these structures, but I'm not sure that I can support including the criteria, because I think at this point the criteria has served us well, but as we kind of go into the future, the criteria is going to become less and less useful as looking to add new buildings.
How about the ordinance with the list, and then direction to staff to create a committee that comes up with an evaluation process and a team for future evaluation, and a time period by which, during with which.
Do we think on that point, do you think it should be staff, or do we think we should recommend to the council that they decide how to handle that part? Because I think I'm with most of this. I would propose, there's 3 amendments to the regs in the proposed resolution, and I think 2 of them are fine because they relate to the old bonus point system, and so they are kind of necessary amendments. Is that correct, staff? The one that there used to be bonus points for reusing a building for parking purposes. There's an offset, right? Which is no longer relevant. Is that correct?
That's true.
Yes.
Okay, so the part that it amends Article 12 of Chapter 5 of Title 9 is the part that we're talking about, and so I would support. I may want to go a step farther, but I would separate it from what you're proposing. To have the whole list is what I'm hearing people say. Have the whole list. I'm okay with the list in lieu of the criteria, but keeping the criteria separate as either. I think there's a way to do that, but I think that we recommend then separately to the council that if they wish to call from the list or reduce the list, which I think is a merited. If I was a property owner, I would think that should be done probably, but I think it should be done in the subjective fashion as opposed. And I don't know that asking staff to create another committee, which is going to be what we just did, I think that's kind of cyclical. So I would maybe suggest that we let council give staff direction as to the qualifications of a person to hire as opposed to us doing it.
May I just make an observation and maybe a suggestion? I'm noticing that actually, if the way the timing of this all worked out, this was moving forward at the same time that we were adopting our new planning regulations. We had hoped back then that this ordinance would have been adopted first, and then the list and map and pictures would have just been included in the new planning regulations, but that didn't happen. So instead, we moved forward with the planning regulations with the ordinance the way it was. However, we did these, in this table here where it says criteria to be dropped, because they didn't really seem like, you know, the major pedestrian entrance on the street, like every single building met that one.
Yeah.
And then there were the other two seemed kind of superfluous. Those criteria were dropped when the new planning regulations were adopted. So this did serve that purpose of helping us to refine the criteria. So these 11 criteria that are across the top here, and not including the 3 to be dropped, are what is in the code now. And they, as Diana said, and I think as Commissioner Moss said, they may not have been developed by design professionals or architectural professionals. They were developed by planning professionals, and they seem to pretty well capture the buildings that people think are special. Maybe from what I'm hearing you say, I think there's value to having the criteria still in the ordinance, but rather than have it referenced as a significant building is something that meets this, you have the list, you have the map, you have the pictures, say these are the significant buildings. And then another section that says, in the future, when the Planning Commission and City Council want to consider adding or modifying the list, these criteria shall be considered, or something like that.
Sort of what I was saying.
Yeah, I think
Well,
something, I mean,
If it was these criteria should be a guide, I think I could support that.
Well,
but-
that's why I said
Yeah.
be considered,
Yeah.
be a
Okay.
guide,
All right. Yeah, that's
not be
that's-
hard and fast.
right. I don't want to exclude
criteria.
something that
Yeah,
doesn't
these-
meet the criteria.
Well, I would say there is kind of this outlier thing that says a building that is emblematic of Emeryville's past or something like that, and the one building that meets that criteria and no other criteria is the water tower.
yeah.
The water tower does not have brick or windows or symmetry, all these things, but it's emblematic of Emeryville's past, and that meets that criteria.
Yeah.
So that was included.
So I guess I'm going to just throw it out there, and people can throw amendments at it or whatever they want, but maybe I'm going to propose a motion to approve the ordinance with including the items, the buildings that the working group took out, with the language that Charlie proposed regarding the criteria as a guideline for future decisions, or potential guideline for future decisions.
Can your motion also include adding the Chiron building?
Oh yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I was even thinking about that.
Okay.
And on that,
Then I'll second it.
So just so I'm clear, we've said that every building in here that is on this list, plus the one you just mentioned.
And you're putting back in the buildings the working group took out.
Yeah, that's,
Yep.
yeah, every
That was
building, okay.
Brad's motion.
And then the balance of the ordinance, with the only change being that the language about criteria will come back in, but it will not be criteria going forward, it will be guideposts or guidelines as to how to evaluate future potential additions to the list.
and so who would be judging those criteria? What are we doing in terms, is it left up to staff? Are we asking for people outside the city?
Well, I think what Charlie said is if at some point in time in the future Planning Commission, so we're kind of punting it a little bit, but Planning Commission or City Council decide to grow, reduce, or reevaluate this list, that these criteria could act as guidelines or may act as guidelines for those decisions.
But who's making that decision?
We could-
It's
to-
left
to
up
that
Planning
point,
Commission and City Council are making that decision.
Well, but I think his question is good, because we could add a provision to this ordinance that says the city council shall select a person qualified, and we could try to create criteria, we could be loose in it, whatever, to an objective third party, not with no proprietary interest in the city, to come in and evaluate all future additions to this list or requests for removal from the list.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible.
I mean, we don't have to. We don't have to. I'm not suggesting. I'm just addressing
I'm
his
just thinking
question.
like this is a decision we could kind of you know, sorry to
Kick the
keep
can
saying,
down the road?
kick the can down.
Yeah, we could
I mean,
deal with your
we're doing a
motion.
lot, and it's, you know.
We could deal with your motion and then address it separately later if we
I
want.
can support that. It was just a suggestion. We talked about
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
qualifications of the people that make this decision.
Yeah.
We
No,
can
I-
kick that can down the road and let council pick those people. for
Yeah, yeah, I know.
So you're saying not to add that?
that. Not to add that.
Okay.
So there was a motion, was there a second?
Yes.
Yes. Could you give us just a moment?
Sure.
Please. Approve this. Approve the motion. Proposed list and then
The Legaretta building.
Yeah.
where is
The Legaretta building.
The design.
Let's make it clear that it's not.
It would still be in the code. It'd still be in the code. And it would just,
It's pretty emblematic.
section would just be modified to say that this will be the criteria under which future changes to
That it is.
be
So-
evaluated.
See it from
Our Eiffel
San Francisco? You can see it from
change to this section.
Okay.
Just add that.
Okay.
That we're referring to this.
Yeah, okay. Well, actually, it's this. If you refer to the ordinance that is attached to the staff report, unfortunately pages aren't numbered, but it's attachment A, I think, that is the amendments to Article 12, Exhibit A. Right. The definitions, 9, 5, 12, 11. See where that is? 12. It says, as used in this article, significant structure means a structure that is at least 50 years old and meets one of the following criteria, and then it lists all the criteria. We, instead of crossing that out, we would not call it definitions anymore, and we'd title it something else appropriate, maybe criteria, and just say that, head it with, you know, in future decisions on amending the list, the following criteria shall be considered.
That sounds great.
We could do that, but we need to eliminate the first line part where it says means structures that is at least 50 years old. That would not include the Legaretto building.
Okay,
So we need to just take out the requirement for it be 50 years or older.
okay.
Maybe there's something about outstanding example of architecture or something that captures the things that fall outside.
Yeah.
Because most of these criteria do pertain to historic buildings.
Right.
Well, it does say a prominent structure that is emblematic of Emeryville and important to the history of Emeryville.
But see, the
That's
emblematic
one.
in history
Yeah.
alludes to brick buildings with steel-framed windows and nothing.
So what did you, I'm sorry, Commissioner Donaldson, what did you say? Architecturally
A
significant?
significant building is architecturally significant.
I
I'm
know.
not sure what the wording should be.
You
but
said something.
Perhaps.
Outstanding.
outstanding architectural
Exceptional-
merit or something.
Exceptional architectural quality. That sounds
Yeah.
good.
Merit. Sure.
I do have a legal question.
We have a question and
I have a
also
legal
comment.
question. I don't want to make this complicated, but I just want it to cover our bases. So the building, the Legaretta building, because we're adding it, I'm presuming, I could be wrong, that every other building owner who was subject to this originally was noticed.
Yes?
So the owner of that building has not been noticed.
No, but they will be for the city council meeting.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
And
we also-
that notice, correct me if I'm wrong, is just, I mean, it was a courtesy to notice those owners. We would just note, this is only required to be noticed as any other ordinances.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that they weren't here to speak to it, so I just wanted to make sure that.
Well, the problem we ran into last time in 2012 was that we neglected to notify these property owners before the Planning Commission meeting, and nobody showed up. Now, I'm surprised there's not too many people here tonight because we did notice them about this meeting. But then somehow the word got out. I mean, we weren't trying to keep it a secret. We just neglected to notify them. And then we did make sure to notify them for the city council meeting. And that's when everybody showed up and we ended up forming a working group.
Okay.
So
We also had a request to clarify which Chiron building or which Novartis.
I believe we're talking about Building 4, which is the building at the corner of 53rd and Hollis. Is that correct? There is another Legaretto building on the Chiron campus, which is the parking garage on Horton Street.
Oh, I don't think we care about.
Yeah, we don't care about the parking.
But that's, I requested the specificity to make sure that there was.
That was someone in the office, an intern.
I would have to say that is one of the nicest parking garages I've seen, though, as parking garages
I don't
go.
think I'd call it significant, though. They did a good job on it. We'll give them that.
It's significant for parking garages.
It's a townhouse, but it's on the list.
So may I recap?
Please do.
What I'm hearing is the motion is to approve this ordinance, including all of the buildings that the working group rejected and also Chiron Building 4 at 53rd and Hollis Street. Include the criteria as a guide for future amendments to the list. Take out the provision that it must be at least 50 years old and add a provision pertaining to exceptional architectural quality.
And that those criteria are provided in section 9-5.1211 of the municipal code.
Does that capture it? Okay. Ready to vote? Let's see. So that motion was by Chair Gunkel and seconded by Commissioner Moss. Is that right? Okay. Commissioner Bowders?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardoza?
No, because I don't think we should bring back the structures rejected by the working group.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Kang?
Aye.
Commissioner Moss?
Aye.
Vice Chair Keller?
Aye.
Chair Gunkel?
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 no. The motion is approved. We will forward your recommendation to the City Council. Thank you.
Okay. So now we're going to move on to a study session. This is study session for 65th Street multi-unit residential.
Hello again. Okay, sure. So while the PowerPoint is loading, the applicant has also provided a materials board. I think it might be a little bit too large to pass around to everybody, but I'll set it right here. Is this good viewpoint?
Sure. Pass it around.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Whatever you like. Here we go. Okay, so here we are for 1225 65th Street. So this is located on 65th Street, just east of the Greenway there. And the project overview is this is a 24-unit residential project that's proposed, 15 two-bedroom units and 9 three-bedroom units. This last came to Planning Commission for a study session in March of 2015. So back in March, the study session comments were there was positive feedback for the materials and facade design, and also that the entire project consists of 2 and 3 bedroom units. There were concerns about very cramped unit design and corridors, small bedrooms, residential windows facing each other around the courtyard because of the design there, and a setback variance along Peabody Lane that was not supported. So here's an existing shot here. There's the bigger metal building there on the right or to the west, and a parking lot to the east. This was the previous elevation at the last Planning Commission meeting, and it's been revised to this, what you see before you. So changes from the previous study session. The garage entrance and lobby entrance have been flipped to the opposite sides of the structure along 65th Street. The courtyard has been completely redesigned and reoriented. The units have also been redesigned to reflect those concerns about being cramped and family-friendly guidelines as well. 15-foot rear setback now complies with the residential medium high-density residential zone, along Peabody Lane. And a 5-foot setback along the north side or 65th Street has been clarified, and it needs to increase by 4 feet to comply with the North Hollis overlay zone. So the setback does comply with the RMH zone, but does not comply with the North Hollis overlay.
So the North Hollis overlay requires it to be 9 feet?
It requires it to be set back 15 feet from the curb. So it's a different setback guideline than from the property line. So here are the changes to the 65th Street facade. Last time they didn't have colors in the rendering, so now you have colors there. And you can see here that on the upper one for previous proposal, the garage was on the east side and the building entrance was on the west side, and now that has been flipped. And also previously, in some of the renderings, there was a berm here, and some of it was a planter, as you see here, and now it's shown as being planters. So Peabody Lane facade is largely similar with a little bit reorientation of the windows. The west elevation, there wasn't one provided last time, but here we are seeing it now. And the east elevation has been changed significantly because of the reorienting of the courtyard. So here's a previous courtyard design, and you can see it's oriented along the east side of the property with a U shape of residential units around it. And this is where there were the problems with residential units facing each other. Here's an example of bedroom windows directly across from each other. And here's a current proposal. So now the courtyard goes across the center of the complex from east to west, and there's 2 corridors to access the units on either side of that. In the previous proposal, there were the concerns we mentioned already about cramped unit design. So here we have one of the 2-bedroom units and an example of how that's been redesigned. I do want to note that these are not proportional, so these are not scaled to each other. Just make that clear. And then here's another 2-bedroom unit design, example of modification that's taken place. So these take into consideration much more so the design guidelines. So for example, here we have an entry closet and the way the hallway is designed, having larger common spaces and larger bedrooms as well. An example of a 3-bedroom design also. Here we have a storage for strollers. We have a separation from the kitchen, from the main entry, and larger bedroom designs off the main hallway. So previous setback, it's a little bit difficult to see here, but here along the south side, this is where Peabody Lane is located. Previously, the building went very, very close, and your feedback was that you could not support a variance there. On the west side, there was a little bit of mixed opinion about that. And now the revision reflects this setback and still shows along the west side here of not having a setback. So staff comments and feedback is that FAR still needs to be reduced to a maximum of 1.6. Right now it's at about 1.7. Transportation study will be required for this project before it comes for approval. Modifications for trash pickup access are required. The street and sidewalk improvements will also be required, including a tree removal permit for the sidewalk improvements as shown. And additional landscaping will also be required. The design modifications to meet unit and family-friendly residential design guidelines are also required. They're largely compliant, but there's a few minor points that are outlined in the staff report that need to be addressed. So the amendments that are pending for the planning regulations at City Council, we had the recap earlier today. So right now, as we discussed at the beginning of this meeting, there's 1.5 spaces required per unit, plus 0.25 spaces of guest parking for every per unit. And the pending changes are for 1 parking space per unit and 0.2 guest parking spaces per unit. So that would reduce the parking requirement quite significantly. And then in addition to that, right now we don't have a range for parking. It's just set at the estimated demand, and residential with these pending amendments would now have the same range as commercial does, so this project would have 19 to 32 parking spaces in its permitted range. So issues to be considered tonight are develop bonus points, and does this qualify the 100% for 2 or more bedroom family-friendly units? The design, any feedback on the design you have, they revised pretty significantly, the front, the courtyard, the units, any feedback you have on that, and the setbacks, can the side setback variance be justified at this location? So the applicant's here, and he would also like to say a few words, so however you'd like to proceed.
There was a letter of complaint from the adjoining property owner to the west side about no setback. Is that legal?
What?
The property owner wrote a letter to us stating that there's 0 setback on the west side.
Mm-hmm.
Is that legal?
Well, it would need a variance to have that. Right now, there's a required 3-foot setback.
Plans show 0, don't they?
Yeah, they're requesting a variance.
Right,
That's right. They're requesting a variance so that they can get a 0 setback where 3 feet is required.
Oh, okay.
Right. So there's an existing wall, a building wall, along the property's line on the west side of the Baker Metal building. And so the reason for the variance would be, much like the Doyle Street duplex that was approved earlier this year, I believe, is that it'd be creating essentially like a 3-foot narrow canyon. And so is this an applicable situation or not to have a variance there?
What type of modifications are required for trash pickup? I'm curious kind of how the trash is envisioned. Will the dumpsters be taken out to the street? Or?
Right, no.
Okay.
So no trash pickup in the street. So Marcy Green Hutton Public Works is working with the applicant to modify design. It's about being able to have the waste management be able to come and pick it up directly without having to enter and go back in the building. If they're not going to have in-street pickup, they have to have a direct access. So that could be doors designed to the front of the building. There's some other details about that I'm not familiar with that Marcy is working with them on. But as shown, it's not quite feasible, so that needs to be worked out.
Okay.
Did that provide the...
Yeah, I mean, would it be an option for them to have the dumpster picked up in the street, or not even? No, okay, all right, good. That's what I wanted to understand.
I have a question. Does the traffic study ask about the impact on street side parking? Or is it just traffic?
Well, it hasn't been...
Will it, though? I mean, that's what I'm asking. Will the traffic study evaluate how the new parking regs, if they go, assuming the new parking regs go into effect, and we have this 1 and this .2, does it calculate the impact on street parking? Because this, I believe, is a block from Farley's. Is that right? Yes. So there is already a mix of people who park on the street, and so I'm just trying to figure out if the traffic study will actually evaluate parking or if it's only traffic.
Sure. How is that typically addressed, Charlie?
If you want it to, it will.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
That's why we're here, for feedback.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
Okay. So Moshe Dinar is here. He's the architect for the project.
Commissioners, thank you for, I won't belabor this since Sarah did a wonderful job of presenting and also helping us arrive at this, which I think is a really, really improved layout, because now we don't have the situations where units were facing walls. Basically, the units are either facing the street or the rear, or they're facing a large interior courtyard, which will have lots of spaces. It will have transitional landscape spaces for each unit on the courtyard, as well as area for children to play. We really endeavored to improve the units, make them family friendly. I know there are a few things that need to be tweaked, some additional storage areas and pantries and things like that, and we're definitely working on that. We really feel that we can comply with absolutely everything that that Sarah brought up in the comments. The FAR will be reduced from 1.7 to 1.6. We do feel that since the effort was made to create family-friendly housing, that we do get these 50 points. We are also agreeing to have the 17% affordable housing in whatever mix the city decides, which should give us the other 50 points, and hopefully we have 100 points. I don't know yet. I'm not an expert on this, and certainly staff will help me figure it out. We have developed, I think, a very interesting materials palette for you. Shows the lower level front.
Could you speak to the mic so the people at home can hear you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that on?
Oh, okay. The lower level has porcelain tile in alternating colors. It has pavers at the entrance. The color of the aluminum windows is shown here. We have sunshades that are made of perforated metal. We have two kinds of wood. One new wood will be used on the planters in the front and the balconies, and the other will be used on, if we can afford it, on the ceilings by the entrance. We also have a range of complementary colors. We have cement plaster, which is off-white. We have the green background color, which is a cement panel that will be painted green. And of course, we have some accent colors in orange and yellow, very natural, earthy colors, which I think will blend very well with some of the landscaped areas. Can I ask a question while you have that up? Sure.
The rendering shows the ground floor concrete, and in the packet it said concrete, and then it said option of the porcelain tile.
Well, the way it would work is the front will have the porcelain tile, and the long sides, which are against the property line, would have the painted. It will be concrete, but it will be covered with cement plaster, with detail and painted. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just because of the cost of putting the tile for the entire length of the side of the building, especially since a future building may be built up against it in the future. Talking about the side elevations, the reason we're asking for, on the west side, for asking for to have zero setback is primarily because there is a very tall building there. It's a metal building. It's equivalent to 5 stories. It's taller than our building. And if we create a 3-foot setback there, it would be a canyon. I mean, it would be dark and make absolutely no sense. I mean, this really should be a zero lot line situation. And I know that the neighbor has complained about this, but in order for us to be able to have the family-friendly units, we need frontage. We need frontage not of 24 feet, 25 feet per unit. We need frontage of 36 plus per unit, so we can get additional bedrooms, so we can get larger living rooms, larger bedrooms, and so on. And if we start setting back more and more, we end up with a very narrow building, a very narrow lot, and no frontage. We would have to go to you know, it just doesn't work that well. And we have worked very hard on this building with staff's help, and I think we have a very good layout right now. It makes no sense to set back on the west side.
What made you decide not to ask for a variance on the east side then?
Well, the east side, for a number of reasons. One, we'd like to have some windows there because we have been told that this area, the lot next to us, will remain vacant for a long time because the owners want to keep it as a parking lot. So we're looking at possibly 10 years of nothing there. So we would like to have the ability to put some windows and a little bit of life into that facade so it doesn't look like a prison wall, you know, on that side. On the other hand, the other side already has a building, so why provide a 3-foot setback there? It makes no sense. Urbanistically, it makes no sense. So that is the primary reason. Also, it is useful. We need it for egress. We also, by the way, staff arranged for us to meet with building and with fire, and some of the changes that you have seen having to do with flipping the building and reorganizing the stairs and providing an egress path along one of the sides comes from the director of planning. I mean the building and fire. I don't have anything else to add except that I hope that this building will meet your approval, and I'd like to say one thing after hearing all this previous discussion, that for an architect it's a pleasure to build in Emeryville because of the high quality of contemporary work that is being done in this city. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
I have a fair amount of questions and not really quite sure if you could answer them all, but maybe if you could tell us, I'm interested in the percentage of exterior finish that is cement plaster, or better known as stucco. And I understand the garage portion at the base would be stucco, and that I'm not so concerned with, but I'd like to know how much of the living space of the entire building envelope is how much in terms of a percentage would be cement.
Well, I think that the end elevations are pretty clear. This is a panel, and this is panel, and these white elements are cement plaster. The bottom here is all porcelain tile, and this is wood, and possibly wood up here on this overhang.
So going in and facing the courtyard, how much of that facade in facing the courtyard would be stucco?
It will mirror this too. Okay? The courtyard comes at this level, so there will be white elements that look like two-story cement plaster townhomes with the metal sunshades and the metal and glass windows, and then the upper level will have so I would say it will be like 70% plaster and 30% will be cement panel painted different colors. What we would like to do on this side, which is where the existing open space is, we'd like to come back with an updated and improved elevation that shows a mixture of colors and materials there, not just cement plaster, so that it brings the design from the front and around and creates one complete statement.
I like that idea. Personally, I like to see more of our new projects consist of a third or less of cement plaster, and that we use other finishes more, for an aesthetic, but also for the history that our city has had with leaking and people having problems with water intrusion because of the cement plaster. Also, I noticed in the plan there's no way to enter a stairwell from the garage unless you go up and to the lobby. So is it my understanding that anyone that lives on the south portion of the building would really have to enter on the north side and then walk the long corridor back and around to their units?
Yeah, that's a good point. That we have two stairs. One of them goes through the lobby, and when you park your car, you go from the parking area into the lobby. So if you're on the front block, you're okay. If you're on the back block, I think what we need to do, and that's a very good suggestion, is have access to that second stair from there, so that people that are parking further back have the ability to take a shortcut and get up there. I think it's a very good idea.
I'd like to see that done too. I do want to thank you for including the bike lockers. I think that's very important, and I think you've done a good job.
We have an excess of bike parking.
Yeah, I think, but the lockers for me are key. It's very important to have lockers as a person who bikes every day, because you put your personal property in there, your helmet, your gloves, and you don't worry about someone stealing your light. So if having a locker to me is really important, and a lot of places have not been including that, so I did want to appreciate that. And I don't know if you can answer this question, but it's kind of important, and it's something I'm thinking of making it as a condition of approval. But can you tell me what the owner-developer's relationship with the property at 1138 65th Avenue, which is a little northeast of this project, is currently?
He's here.
Okay, so what is your current relationship with that property?
Yeah.
This is Ethan Maganas. He's the owner of the project.
Hello, good evening again. Ethan Maganas. It's just me and my son. It's just we're part owners. We're very proud of that building. We did a lot of work. We have nice artwork in front of the building at 1130 65th.
Okay, well, so you're still involved in that project. Okay, Charlie, is it possible to bring up those photographs they sent you?
The what?
Sure.
There are two issues on your property that I take really strong exception to. The back fence, the north end of the property, is littered with debris, and it looks like construction debris, or it looks like things that the current residents have just dumped on the site, and it's been there. I go that way every day to work, and the property is just all along the back wall there. It's always been that way, and if this photograph was taken yesterday.
Let me make a comment.
Can I just ask a question? This isn't the project that we're...
No, I'm getting to a point of making a condition of approval.
We haven't even heard public comment.
Just asking questions.
I agree with you. I'd like to see this, but can we have the public comment first?
Sure. Okay. I just wanted to establish who. If he was still involved. Okay. So we can hold on to
You're speaking
this.
conditions of approval, but we haven't heard from anyone in the public.
Okay.
It's also a study session, so we're not making conditions of approval.
No, but I want him to know what he's expected of in the future.
So yes.
So we'll wait.
I don't mind answering.
Well, no.
They want to wait.
Let's wait and let's hear from the public.
Are there any other
first.
questions for the applicant?
So that's all the questions I have at this point.
Anyone else?
Good question, sir.
No? Okay. So I'd like to open this up to public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this matter?
Hi, my name is Steve Rasmussen, and my wife and I own the parking lot that is on the east side of this project, and also the large office and warehouse building that is catty-corner to that parking lot on 65th Street. First of all, I wanted to clarify that the current project, you've now set back the project from the parking lot on the east side. Is that right?
Right.
Yeah, good. I didn't see in the staff comments the issue that we had raised at the last hearing of this project, which was that there was no setback, and so happy that that setback has occurred. I'm also glad to see that the facade on the east side has been improved with architectural features and windows. I don't know what the code is about windows and the setback for operable windows, or whether those are operable. Is that also 3 feet, or is that 10 feet?
It's a very complicated equation that involves percentages based on the distance from the property line.
Yeah. So, I just, in thinking about the scale of the building and the precedent in the neighborhood, I would just urge that this Planning Commission respect all of the setback requirements. I think that the scales of the building need to, I mean, setbacks are there for a reason, and I'm pleased that there's a setback on the east side. I'm concerned that there isn't a setback on the west side, and that whatever regulations are in place regarding setbacks, it seems to me should be respected on all sides. I'm also concerned about parking in the neighborhood. One of the things that I would hope that might come out if there was if a parking study was part of the transit study, is that because of the fact that this area seems to be kind of the northernmost reach of the Emery go-round, we've become in the neighborhood kind of a parking lot for commuters who want to park their cars, who drive perhaps down from the north and park their cars there during the day, jump on the Emery go-round, go to MacArthur BART, and then take BART into San Francisco. So that I think the Farley's issue is one thing. It's tough to park in that neighborhood. We maintain a parking lot for employees, and in addition to that, there are other needs of parking in the neighborhood, and I would hope that that would be kind of looked at in the future planning stages of this project. I'm glad that the entrance to the parking, I like the facade of the building very much. I think you've done an excellent job in terms of a very attractive facade, and I'm also glad that the entrance has been moved down to the other side of the building.
Thank you.
The entrance to our parking lot is on the border between this project and our parking lot, and so having a little separation between the entrances, I think, is useful in terms of...
so the timer was...
No, okay.
We have a certain amount of time for each.
And finally, during construction, I would hope that there would be some consideration given to the parking issues for construction and the flow of traffic in the neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Sign, sir.
Sir, if you could also sign in after you've spoken. Over.
Hi. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to just make a few brief comments. My name is David Helfon. I have an office a few blocks away from this proposed development. I've also managed a bunch of rental units on Peabody Lane and throughout the area over a period of 30 years. And I want to just say that I personally am in favor of housing development. However, I think you need to realize that Peabody Lane and Vallejo and the intersection there on 65th Street are, especially Peabody Lane and Vallejo Street, but Peabody especially, is not really a fire code approved road, yet it is currently a 2-lane road allowing traffic to pass in 2 different directions. It is incredibly crowded. It is dangerous. People have to back up to let other people go through that around where this proposed building would be, where it butts against Vallejo. So I think that, number one, this development project needs to have far more housing within its property than is currently proposed, because traffic and parking is already a nightmare in this area. Second thing is that we need to preserve the setbacks because the fewer setbacks we have, the less livable, the less sort of person-oriented it makes this whole area of Emeryville. And I also want to say that one of the things that we actually appreciate about this neighborhood is some historic connection of Peabody Lane to the development of Emeryville and the industry in this area. And the fewer setbacks we have and the less involved the developers are in preserving this area, the less historic it becomes, and the less awareness we have of what makes this city an unusual and nice place to be. So I want to encourage that all setbacks are firmly agreed to, that in the latest project design that I see, there's no setback on Peabody Lane, portions of Peabody Lane, and that we have far more parking within the property that the developer is proposing his project than is currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think there is a 15-foot setback. Is that correct, along Peabody? Yes.
Yeah, all setbacks are respected. The only place where we really can't put a setback is up against a 5-story building, 4 or 5-story building. It would be a deadly tunnel, 3 feet wide, 40 feet high. It makes no sense.
So are you prepared to comply with the setback for the overlay zone along?
We have to comply with everything. The only thing that I'd like to point out is I always respect setbacks in my designs, But I also think that it's important that we achieve family-oriented units here. And the narrower we make the lot, the more frontage we'll lose, the less it becomes feasible to have family-oriented units, which, if you look at your own guidelines, specifically show 36 plus feet frontage for a 2-bedroom, and then more for a 3-bedroom. So if I start chopping 3 feet from one side and 5 feet from the other side, what am I left with? It's not that big of a lot.
Thank you.
Now, on the front, we can certainly provide the setback. It will make our courtyard narrower. We can't reduce the size of the units, and we may end up with a situation, I talked to Sarah about that, where we have a height to depth problem, because we need to have the height of the buildings on the courtyard have to match the depth of the courtyard minimum. Having said that, I think we can accommodate the setback requirement for the overlay. As I said again, we respect all setbacks except for the one that makes no sense. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak?
Hello, Ethan Maganas again. As a reminder to you that you were in the Planning Commission some months ago, we were guided to eliminate or to maintain that setback next to that Baker building. So really, we kind of followed your advice as well. This was the consensus that we got from you last time, as a reminder. So having said that, in answer to the questions of Stephen, the sign that we have front on the gate, believe it or not, we cared about priming it and making sure that it would not rust. But it turns out that it did rust. So I'll try to figure out that the next time that we prime it and repaint it is not going to be rusty. I've seen that, and I'm just was waiting a little bit longer to see where is that going to lead, because it's just doing it again, it would prop up again. The stuff in the back that you said is debris, that debris is really valuable stuff that we were trying to preserve and save. We're recycling freaks. We need to keep something that's valuable to us. These are things that really needed to keep, and these are things that whittled down from there where we needed to take them to use them. We needed to have it someplace where it was visible, and really most of it is gone from there, and all of it is going to go from there. It's really valuable stuff that's there. There's some metal connections and things like that that are valuable. That's why we keep it there. It's not debris, it's not garbage. You know, we are very, very proud of our properties, and that one as well. And we care about our tenants, our neighbors. We're very, very proud of Mr. Rasmussen. Very nice building across the street.
Thank you. Okay. So then I'm going to close public comment and open it up to Planning Commissioner comments. We'll start with Commissioner Keller.
Yeah, getting back to the points in the photographs, which we don't have to see again, I will ask that we do make it a condition of approval that before we give a tenant occupancy permit, that all debris, whether it's recycled products or anything, I see cars parked in front of that. It looks like garbage. It needs to go to an off-site place to be stored for reuse or something. So for me, conditions will be that the site is clean and usable all spaces, and no debris, recycling materials, or otherwise is left on site, and that we do something about making sure the property is maintained, because that was the second image that we didn't talk about, was that the medallions on the front gate are rusting. And this project is less than 3 years old, is that correct? And so it's a pretty new project that shouldn't have that kind of decay. So that's just part of what I wanted to make the developer aware of, that for me, as a condition of approval, when it does come to that point, I'm going to expect the site to be clean and ready for people to occupy, and that we do something to make sure that the properties is maintained, that anything that is deteriorating ahead of time is immediately cleaned up and removed. So that was just a couple of things I had for that. I'd like to hear from staff or something to find out. I'm appreciative that they are meeting all the setbacks, including the Hollis overlay in the front of the building, the east side of the building, and the Piedmont side is, previously the building was not respecting the setbacks on the Peabody side. It is now in compliance, so we do want to make sure that that's made clear. But knowing the Baker Metal building like I do, and so I don't know what and I don't recall getting the letter from the current owner of the Baker Metal building why he's opposed to not
I
having
believe
a
that was your last study session.
Oh, the last study session, okay.
Did you get it? It was on the table.
Oh, yeah, that was, yeah, because I came late, I didn't get a chance to read it. But, so I'd like to just hear what benefit that unusable 3-foot space would provide when what we're trying to do is provide family-friendly housing, which people want big entryways, they want extra closets. So it's kind of like we're in opposition of providing family-friendly housing and keeping a 3-foot setback that I don't see provides any benefits. But maybe the owner of the Baker Metal building has given us those, or maybe staff can tell us what the, I mean, I could see if there were windows in that building, because I even think the new building that's been approved, Charlie, years ago, we made sure there were no windows on that building. So if
Study session on
yeah, they've got an approved project.
So
for the Baker Metal building to be redone.
May I ask Commissioner Keller a question? The building, the Baker building, that facade, is it just a dead wall?
Dead wall. And the new building that's been approved is a dead wall. There are no windows approved for that right now or anything. So I don't understand what 3 feet would get anybody. So if someone could explain that.
It eludes me as well. I think you would end up with basically a 3-foot wide canyon between the two buildings. Also, if the adjacent property owner thinks he needs that space in order to access that side of his building, he would have to get Mr. McGannis's permission.
Correct.
Because it would be on his property.
And basically, the Baker Metal building is on the property line. He's not on a 3-foot setback, correct?
Yes.
So he's not complying to the same laws that he's asking other people to apply to. So
I guess I have a logistical question just based on the same item. If they ever wanted to do something with the Baker Metal building, presumably that wall on their side is not fire rated, and you're going to be building a fire rated wall, but they would also need to build a fire rated wall there to do anything else with that building. And so are they concerned that they would, I mean, how would they take off the siding and put the drywall behind it if there's no setback? Is that one of their concerns, or?
Well, it's a very common problem. You're looking at an old building that no longer complies. We have faced it many times, but I'll tell you that the building department and the fire department have very little latitude. They're going to have to do something. What they can probably do is keep the metal, but they will have to build some sort of a fire enclosure on the interior face of it, and they'll definitely have to sprinkler the entire building. There may be other measures that the fire marshal may require, such as exterior, what they call, what do they call them? Flood sprinklers, where they come in, because the metal is burnable. I mean, it melts. But it's historical, apparently, because it's been there for a long time, and this will be a big issue for the architect of that building to decide when he goes to building, and it's not an easy one. I've faced it before. We are obligated to build a rated wall on that property line. He will have to do something on his side, either to match it or to do what's called alternate conditions and means, which requires that he go talk to a committee of building officials and decide what can be done. But it's not an easy task that he has. Thank you.
And if I could...
What did we approve on that site?
What is approved in that location is basically the rehab of the Baker Metal building. I believe it's for 17 live-work units with interior parking. This was approved, I think, in 2009, maybe. And it's still valid because the 5 townhouse units that are currently under construction on Ocean Avenue are part of the same property, and they were part of the same use permit. So the fact that they've built part of what that use permit covers means the entire use permit is now good. It doesn't have to be extended, and that includes the Baker Metal Building. As I recall, it was actually rebuilding the whole building.
Yeah.
It's not rehabbing it. It's basically starting over again and building a new building that looks exactly like the existing building. And I mean, then all the walls would be fire rated. And I mean, the architect, Mr. Dinar, is correct. It would be a challenge to have to do it all from his side of the property, but that's not an uncommon situation in an urban area.
And Charlie, is my recollection not correct that his building also encroaches on the greenway, that it doesn't meet current setbacks, or it actually got a variance for either the turret part of the building, or there's a part of the building?
It would be grandfathered.
Yeah.
No, it's the new part of the building, and it was given a variance because it
could
didn't
be
meet.
right. I don't recall.
Yeah, I have the plans at home, and there's a part of the building that does not meet the clearance of the park itself.
I think it was the southern corner.
Yeah, there's a turret or something special that kind of comes out, and it's a cool building. I hope they build it as it is, but he's gotten a couple variances himself.
Yes, I think that's probably true.
All right. Do you have any more?
I'm done.
I don't have a lot to say about this other than, architecturally it's acceptable. I don't find it wowing, but I don't find it offensive either. As far as the setback issue, I kind of would like to kind of say to the staff that I would love a way to do these. Now that we've had this issue twice, I would love a way to do these kind of zero setbacks without approving a variance, because I don't think that's really the appropriate tool for us to be using in these situations, especially if this is going to come up in the future. I don't really know. I mean, I don't know. Kind of struggling to think about this. I don't really know what a 3-foot setback gets us in, a higher intensity zoning district like this. Other than a space to put bedroom windows, but I certainly wouldn't want somebody to have a no setback and then somebody else to need that space to put their windows or whatever. So I don't really know how to address that, but I feel like we should have some exception process for these situations other than a variance.
Well, we do have an exception process, which is not a variance in the planning regulations. It covers certain things, but I believe as far as setbacks go, it can be 10% or something like that. And those are staff level approvals.
Yeah.
But we didn't want to include a total elimination of all setbacks in the exception process. I would note that this, though, is the kind of thing that a variance is intended for. It's where you have a unique topographic, or physical circumstance that is different than what other properties have and justifies a deviation from the normal rules because of that unique circumstance. That's basically what this is.
Okay, well, I'll buy that until we have this one more time, and then it starts to be less unique. Anyway, that's pretty much my comments.
I have a question, Charlie. Is it required now that there be 3 trash chutes, one now added for compostable?
I can't keep track of the current state of this. Maybe Sarah can respond. It used to be that we wanted 3 trash chutes, one for recycling, one for trash, one for compostables. I understand there's been problems with that. Things get mixed up, things get stuck in the chutes. I'm not sure. Sarah, do you know the current state of things?
I'm not sure about whether chutes specifically are required, but the residential development does have to accommodate 3 streams, so your landfill, your recycling, and your compost. So that's not adequately shown right now how that's going to function. So that's part of what needs to be revised.
I also know there's 24 apartments, but there are 42 parking places. There's no code requiring to have fewer parking places, I guess, is there?
There will.
Well, the code, the current code says 1.5 spaces for each unit of 2 or more bedrooms and 1 visitor space for every 4 units. So I believe that calculates out to 42 spaces in this case. But under the changes that the City Council approved on Tuesday, as Sarah said, it will drastically reduce 1 space per unit, 1 guest space for every 5 units instead of every 4 units, and now the minimum is 1/3 less than 1 space per unit. So it's quite a bit less. But the 42 is what was required when they first applied for a study session.
So they're going to have to redo their plan at least to get the trash chute situation.
Well, yeah, and the lower parking requirement gives them a lot of flexibility now on the ground floor.
But it takes up more space on the upper floor, so that, well, the trash chutes.
Oh, right. Well, they have an FAR problem anyway, so they're going to have to reduce the total floor area of the building.
I don't have a problem with the 0 lot line at the Baker Metal Building because I don't think a 3-foot setback will do anybody any good. I'm glad to see that you're complying with the setbacks along Peabody. I would like to see if you are going to actually be required to have less parking on the ground floor. I'd love to see you do something with that 65th Street frontage so it looks more attractive, or maybe there's some kind of use that can be put in where that first row of parking was that would make it at least look like a pedestrian-friendly kind of front of the building. I also, I'm assuming that the planters along the front are probably, they're C3 planters, they're for the stormwater, is that right?
Yeah, initially we had...
You had a berm.
We were hoping to have kind of an interesting berm.
Yeah.
But I think that didn't make a lot of sense. So what we have now is a planter that's about 5 feet with some benches and, you know, places for people to sit. When we had the 42 car requirement, obviously we had to bring the facade of the garage as far up as possible. I think now that we have less of a parking, I wholeheartedly agree with you. We can set that back. What we can't set back is the upper level because we don't want to lose square footage on the units, but we could certainly set that back and create something interesting. I don't know what you do if you have a bunch of leftover garage space. I mean, can you put a store in there? Is commercial permitted? I mean, this is one of the questions the owner of the building has. We don't know that. We need to sit down with staff and find out. That's a brand new thing. We just found out about it. But definitely we will take advantage of that to create a better facade.
One thing I would point out is that any new commercial space or whatever is going to count towards the floor area. So that's going to increase the FAR rather than decrease it. So, you know, the floor area needs to be reduced somehow.
That's really unfortunate. I mean, if it's reduced by meeting the setback or increasing the setback along 65th Street, that makes sense. But I'm hoping that the interior courtyard doesn't get much smaller, because if you've got families living there, there needs to be some place where the people can be outside. The other thing that the only other comment I have about the front facade there on 65th Street is that Baker Metal Building is kind of an interesting, iconic building, and if you are wrapping the overhang around on the west side of the top floor there, you're cutting off the view, and that's the view where the sunset is, and that's the view where the sky is nice, and I would rather not see that wrapped around the top balcony. I'm done.
Oh, okay. So I don't attribute this as a deliberate thing, but one of the things that stuck out to me was that this is the second study session, but the FAR wasn't right. And I don't look at that as willful, but I look at that as sloppy. just so you know. So I think Commissioner Keller's comments about some concerns, I think the concern I had, not even being aware of the neighboring building, was, I mean, the FAR is probably one of the simplest things to get done. And so I appreciate that you're trying to balance a lot of math in a small space, and there's some challenges with the logistics of it, but that really impacts the ability to give you meaningful feedback. So I've heard you speak at a couple prior meetings at City Council, trying to keep up with the changes that I know are happening. But some of those things are preventable if the product that we get to look at actually reflects what is already going to be required. So it's hard for me because a lot of my contribution to this, there's a lot of people here who know a lot more than I do about design, but I take an invested interest in looking at some of the details in the unit mix and the unit design. And so to your point about having to squeeze the bedrooms, I think it's important that the east and north and south setbacks that you've agreed to be there, but I'm okay not having the setback on the west side because I don't think that dead space is the best use of land, and so I'm not in favor of that. That said, it's hard to know whether these 3-bedroom units are going to turn into 2-bedroom units because you need to reduce FAR. So that's my first comment. So I'm okay with the lot line on the west side going to 0 and getting a variance for that. Some of the design comments I have for you, though, it occurred to me that we have this hallway that's very circuitous that goes through all the units, along the front of the street, goes along the west end of the property, then comes all the way back. And then the stairwells are both on the east side of the property. So I just wonder the amount of traversing that a person has to do if they live in actually one of these units on the west side in the back. They have to go all the way through the whole building, go up the stairs, and then go back across. It just seems like that the stairs should be at opposite diametrically opposed corners of the building, perhaps, because there's a lot of navigation, and because this is a family unit, I can't imagine being a mother with 2 kids taking my groceries home and walking that with my kids. So take that as a piece of feedback. I'm not sure that these, in the 2 bedrooms, that these are actually foyers. I'm not nitpicking at it. I would just recommend with staff that you examine whether you've actually created a foyer. I think having this little appliance counter that's there is probably, I realize that the family-friendly guidelines are not always the easiest thing to work with, but I'm not convinced that that's a foyer. And I have mixed feelings about bedrooms that open, multiple bedrooms that open to patios. We haven't really had a chance to discuss that before, but especially because they're not the master bedroom. I'm looking at the back of the building. The children's bedrooms open to the patio, and I find that, especially for a lane like Peabody, I find that a little disconcerting. So those are my comments on the actual design elements. I think that the traffic study must include parking impact, as commenters noted. And then the only other thing I had asked staff about this a little bit. My understanding is that Peabody Lane behind this building is not a public right-of-way. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the developer would need an easement to do things with this, correct? The developer's going to need an easement to access and use it, or?
Well, yes.
Okay. So
I mean, the developer's not proposing any access from Peabody Lane, but in order to have the second, well, I'm not sure if the pedestrian exit goes to Peabody Lane.
It looks like it in the diagram, but I realize there's a parking lot next to it.
And also because of possible fire access, there would need to be an easement.
And that was my last question, was what the impact is on emergency personnel accessing the rear of this building.
Well, this project has been reviewed by the fire department.
Okay.
They have indicated that, if they can get to Peabody Lane, it's fine.
Okay. Well, as someone who lives in the neighborhood, I agree with Mr. Helfand. This street is perhaps the most unique street in Emeryville for a variety of reasons, and that's not the fault of the developer or the architect for any reason. They're trying to do something productive for the neighborhood there, but I just want to really caution to take care in examining the elements that come with that. I don't have any specific comment, but I think that there's elements that come with that should be examined very carefully. I think those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Kang?
I'll just reserve my comments, just one issue, just to recognize the public comment about traffic flow and safety surrounding this development, especially at the intersection of Vallejo and Peabody Lane. I just don't want to lose that comment that if there are safety issues, the example that was brought up of two vehicles heading in opposite directions converging and one having to back up, that sounds like a very legitimate safety issue. So for whatever traffic study is going to be done to examine that specific occurrence and whatever consequences come out of that as a result of Toll 25 65th Street being built. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I really like the facades, especially the north facade and the south facades, relatively nice as well. Obviously, the east facade you're still working on, and there's a lot of limitations as far as what you want to do there, considering the fact that you might end up with a building 6 feet away of the similar size of your own. Frankly, I don't see a reason to maintain a setback on the west side, and I'm not even sure what a 3-foot setback on the east side provides, except for the opportunity to put some windows in there. But in the end, we may end up, 5 years, 10 years down the road with a 6-foot wide canyon. And I think you're fencing yours off, and they're going to fence theirs off. Neither one's going to be public, so it's just going to be, where scraps are stored or whatever. So I don't know. I wouldn't have an issue. And if it's about the windows, maybe the first floor extends to the. Maybe it's the first floor that extends all the way to the setback on that side, and then the floors above are stepped back, and that gives you some way to play with it and do something more, a little, even provide a little more space for the courtyard. Just some options I'm thinking about. I feel like I like seeing the, I don't know if this is meant to be the concrete or it's meant to be showing the porcelain panels, but I mean, concrete is a superior building product to most everything else on the building, and so to hide it seems like it seems like you're not taking advantage of what you're paying for, and so it seems like, to use it in a way and provide, do a nice finish, whether it's a board finish or something else, could really, I think add to the gravitas of the building. I'm hoping that the parking reduction will give you an opportunity to do something more with that first floor. And I mean, frankly, it'd be great to see some units dropped down and really help engage the street with some townhouse type units there, instead of the garage that you're just trying to mask with what you can as far as planters go. I mean, I know this is an early stage, but the courtyard, I'd love to see some more development of that. Right now, the slide and the 4 benches around a tree, I don't know that's going to really bring people to the courtyard, and so I'd love to see things that will actually be enticing for people to want to utilize the courtyard. And people are, there are a lot of great examples now where people are putting out barbecues, bars, just creating a real nice play structure, an environment where people really want to be able to spend their time. I mean, it is going to be in shade a lot of the time. I think that's a little unfortunate. So heat lamps or something along those lines, and focusing maybe on evening hours could be nice. But and then Yeah, again, as Commissioner Bowders mentioned, the circuitous kind of route necessary to get from the, I mean, I am all for bringing everyone possible through the lobby. I mean, so that there's kind of a central space. People are more likely to bump into each other. The mailboxes, pedestrian, oriented. But the fact right now that you get from the, to get from the lobby to the other side is this, you're going all the way over to the west, all the way across, and then back over to the east. Maybe if if you want to push for a variance on the east side, that could open up an opportunity for a path along that side as well. Yeah, I think that's. Oh, and the wood. I would really encourage you to try to convince your client to keep the wood. I think that's doing a lot for your design. So,
may I add one comment? You inspired me with one thing. The circuitous route idea, to the point Brad made, it looks like the units, so 6 and 4, at least on the podium level plan, which I know goes up across the entire building. The west side of units 6 and 4, so the top of the page, they don't indicate having any windows on them. The windows, the only thing that's against that wall is a bathroom that has no window, a closet, and then a bedroom. And the bedroom's windows face the courtyard. These are nice pods of 4 units on the north and south end of the building. Maybe units 6 and 4 can be moved up against the west end of the structure, and there can be a corridor in the middle in the shape of an H, so that people have a little privacy, first of all, at each end of the building, but there's also a central space that opens to the common landscape area. Maybe people want to disavow me of that, but.
Well, it's more, I think he's trying to stack units and also thinking three-dimensionally, then that would be bringing the bridge in over the courtyard on the upper floors.
Oh, the bridge, yeah.
I'd just like to see the whole, those 2 central rows shifted completely to the west, or something. I don't know, and run the circulation along the east, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's another good example. Because then the stairs don't have to move, and the stairs you can go to your stairs and go up. I just feel like this huge chase the weasel around thing isn't really working.
Yeah. It's really long.
Yeah. Okay, that's my comment.
And if I can, just one question, not a question, it's a statement more to staff, and maybe they can answer the question. With the reduction in parking that we're looking at and the neighbors' concern about street parking, is there any hope that City Council is going to start enforcing our parking laws? That whole area of 65th Street is 2-hour parking. I could traverse that way going to work and coming home from work. There are also business owners in the Triangle District that have businesses in 2-hour parkings, and they say cars are parked there for days. So it seems like we're having an enforcement issue, and if we can eliminate that and people are forced to park only 2 hours, a lot of that street parking problem, especially for Farley's and other businesses, is going to be diminished greatly. And I think if we're going to reduce on-site parking, the street parking is going to become an issue, and we need to start enforcing the laws we have on the books. So I don't know if you can comment on that. I doubt that you will, but I just want to make it put out there that...
I can comment. As you may know, we have a new police chief, and she's very proactive. She actually took the initiative to schedule one-on-one meetings with her fellow department heads during her first week, just to kind of get the lay of the land and introduce herself to all of us and ask us what our priorities were. So I spent an hour with her, just her and me, she and I, discussing issues and how the Community Development Department relates to the Police Department. And one of the things I brought up with her was parking enforcement. And she assured me that she is absolutely committed to better parking enforcement. So hopefully we'll be seeing that.
Right on.
Any other comments regarding this?
I did have one comment, but the parking, Charlie, remind us the parking requirement that the council just adopted as 1 per with a maximum of, what's the overage?
It's the same as every other use. It's 1/3 below the demand, 33% less than the demand, or 10% more than the demand. So the minimum would be 0.67 spaces per unit. The maximum would be 1.1 spaces per unit. The estimated demand is 1 space per unit.
And guest parking is?
0.2 per unit.
Okay.
Used to be 0.25.
And you're not allowed to go above that? Or?
Well, it's the 1 per unit and the 0.2 per unit are all added together to create your total demand, and you can go above that by 10% or below it by 33%. That includes the guest parking. That can go above or below also.
Oh.
That creates the range of 19 to 32.
Correct. Yeah. So, I mean, you could go to whatever 10% more than 0.2 is, 0.202 or something. I don't know. Is it point? Yeah, 0.22. That's right. Higher
so,
math.
Just for what it's worth, I believe that gets them to a maximum of 31 spaces.
32.
Just
32.
32? Yeah.
Do you want me to?
And I would also note,
Believe you.
Okay.
code,
There you go.
Yeah.
the code allows the Planning Commission to approve, as you know, amounts above or below this range with a conditional use permit. There are different findings for going over the maximum or going under the minimum.
Oh, so it's not fixed then.
It can be modified if you can make the findings.
Do we need to do anything about requesting the traffic study include examining parking today, or is that for a future date?
I think we got that direction. It sounds like you all want that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I don't think it's significant, but
Oh.
this size.
Well, if it isn't significant, the study will show us that.
Yes. Pay some taxpayer money. Any other comments? Okay. Close the study session. Commissioner comments?
I was wondering, based on the conversations we had tonight, if we would like to entertain adding 2 items to a future agenda, and one would be a sign recommendation. I don't want to call it an ordinance, but,
Study session.
do we want to talk about citywide signs and finally make a decision on what we'd like to see in the city so people know what to expect? So personally, I'd like to add that on the agenda.
So would that be, it would be a signage study session, signage ordinance?
If that's where is that where we would start, Charlie?
Tour outside, wouldn't we?
Well, I don't know that we need a tour. We know what we want. What we have is what we don't want, obviously, it seems like. So what do we want, and how do we direct people to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, and actually, the city attorney is reminding me there was a recent Supreme Court decision related to signage. So
Right.
yeah.
So
We could
yes.
apply that.
Please.
Yeah, there was a recent Supreme Court decision regarding signage that does affect our sign regulations, and this study session could be a good opportunity for me to brief the Planning Commission and the City Council on the need to update our ordinance to comply with the provisions of that decision.
Perfect. And then the second thing with Commissioner Moss's concern about the setbacks, is this another thing that we would like to review and begin to really... To me, it just seems like if we can make better and clearer directions for developers, they'll know what to put their energy towards and what they don't have to waste their time on. So I agree with Commissioner Moss that maybe we should talk about setbacks and what we want to eliminate these 3-foot canyons and things such as that. Charlie, you look puzzled.
Well, I thought that what Commissioner Moss wanted to talk about was variances. I guess variances related to setbacks.
Well, setback. What I was suggesting was, can we do something to the setback requirements so we don't have to approve variances?
Yeah.
Okay.
So does the commission agree that we'd like to talk about that?
I would.
What?
Would you like to talk about setbacks?
What did you say?
I said I would.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. Just not the same. Let's not do them on the same day.
No. Don't want to fall asleep?
No, I will bring something other than water.
We can do that for future study. I would request that the commission allow me to evaluate our workload, you know, the other things we have on our plate, because we do have a limited staff, as you know.
Right.
And they're all up to their eyeballs in projects. So if we're going to add more projects, I need to.
My preference would be the sign to come first, the sign ordinance.
Okay.
Definitely agree.
Well, maybe that can be one of the next things after significant buildings.
Insignificant signage.
Believe it or not, I'm done.
Yeah. Any other commissioner comments?
Just going back to my Nexus study and parks issues, because just looking at the marketplace and looking at another 700 residents, which according to our general plan should generate another 2.5 acres of parks. If we're not getting it on the ground, we ought to at least be looking at what we're doing with the fees.
Do we have a Quimby ordinance? We get park impact fees? We do not.
It's not a Quimby ordinance. We do get park impact fees.
Oh.
But they're pretty small. I mean, they weren't very big. But I know it's cumulative, but we need to look at it again.
Well, the council was adopting 2 other impact fees at the same time, and they were concerned about the cumulative effect on developers.
Right. So the parks ate it. Anyway.
Right.
In past years, we used to either have dinner or get together for drinks after the meeting at holiday season. So propose we do something like that.
I will second the suggestion that there be a planning commission retreat to a place of choosing, maybe a buzzword.
Honor bar.
Yeah.
Sure.
The honor bar.
That's what we always used to do.
It's got a great sign.
Yeah. It's got good food.
And food.
Got good food.
Is there adequate
really good
parking
cocktails.
now that the pool hall's next door to it?
It's on that app.
We're all going to bike.
They have a terrible sign. They use papyrus as their font.
Okay.
All right.
I'd just like to provide one comment. Again, I'd just like to commend the hard work that staff provides. I think that really just it goes without saying, but it's important to recognize. And I think even though we don't have any applicants left in the gallery, I want to emphasize that point just to get it on record. I want to emphasize to the applicants, don't waste the work of staff they provide. Don't take it for granted. I think one of the things that applicants can do better in the future is not just doing the work with staff, but work with commissioners beforehand. I think, to my best recollection, I know it was 4 hours ago, but I don't think there was any ex parte meetings leading up to this meeting. Perhaps some of those meetings could have helped applicants coming up to this meeting. Secondly, I would say reach out to the community. If applicants that were on today's agenda had, for example, reached out to the Park Place residents, perhaps that would have made a difference. So whatever applicants do in the future to, one, reach out to us, because I think all of us have an open door when there's something coming up on the agenda. I'll make that personal invitation for me. And second, reach out to the community. I think not only will we get a better substance and debate, I think there might be a better chance for the great work of staff to not go wasted or taken for granted. That's it.
All right. Meeting is adjourned.